What's that?
Nothing. No, I can't talk about it.
Gotcha. Who was a bigger icon, Hulk or Ozzy?
Most important wrestler?
I don't think it's close. I mean, Hulkster's in a class all himself. Yeah, Paul. No, no. The Hulkster's one of one. I no. Took the sport to
mainstream
and the world. The Hulkster was the original Hulkster. No.
Madison Square Garden with a tribute yesterday, as they should. First WrestleMania was at the Garden. You could pay for it, brown chicken.
Not unless you're there. No, I'm not. We're not selling the cheat sheets. There's no streaming. There's no way to do this unless you're there. Sorry, brown chicken.
Morning, Spitz.
It's $60 for the event.
Wow, Paula. My Mets went through this about a month ago.
The bad news is they can't hit. Oh, yeah, they can't pitch either.
They can't pitch. That would concern me more.
I know.
Actually, because that's the guts of the team. And you're right, Mark. The other thing is they're giving up so many runs early. It's like you turn around, they're down 5-0. It's like the game's 40 minutes old.
Right.
What's going on? Well, it's funny, Johnny Fingerlegs, because in terms of our age, he's right in our wheelhouse.
Yeah, right in my wheelhouse. I mean, I actually remember my first glimpse of the Hulkster because I didn't get your wrestling. I got the Georgia Championship wrestling. My first glimpse of the Hulkster was before I saw Rocky 3. He was on Carson promoting the movie. And that was the first time I saw the Hulkster. Yeah, that's for their fees, Jake. We charge $60. We're not paying their fees for you, unfortunately. We don't. We make very little money on this event.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final Friday of July. Hope your week has gone well. We have got a great show lined up for you. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. What a crazy week it's been. Way too many famous people dying. Enough already. Can we make it through the weekend and just stop it?
Yeah, the Gen Xers are getting punched right in the mouth this week. I mean, this is three big stars from our generation.
Hulk Hogan. He's 71, obviously. Hard life. Okay, hard living. He was a superstar.
A superstar.
A superstar. End of his life got a little crazy. Okay, but man, oh man. His 25-year run from 83-ish, okay, through the 2000s. Whoo-wee. I remember Hogan. I do.
Well,
all of it.
So.
All of it.
I hope so. I mean, because I know you weren't a super big wrestling guy, but he started in your neck of the woods.
Absolutely. I mean, first WrestleMania was at the Garden. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. No. And obviously they did so much, with the WWF/E, situated in Connecticut there. I mean, oh, yeah. I saw him promoting every event.
The first time I remember seeing the Hulkster was because I didn't get WWF wrestling in Michigan. I didn't get cable till much later than most people did because of where we lived. But my first exposure to wrestling was when I would come to Southwest Florida as a kid on vacation, and we got Georgia Championship Wrestling. So that's the other group, before the merger. The first time I remember seeing the Hulkster would have been, I believe, in the summertime, because my parents did not have a bedtime for me. And I watched a lot of Johnny Carson as a kid, a lot. And I remember the Hulkster coming on Carson promoting Rocky III. And I had already seen the first two Rocky movies. And I remember going to see Rocky III in the theater. And between Carson and that was literally my first exposure to him. And then the wrestling started getting bigger and bigger because of Hulk Hogan.
So I got my start in the business in June of 86. I was 20. And I'm anchoring the weekends in Scranton, Pennsylvania. And I remember WrestleMania 3 and how big it was. The one at the Silverdome.
At the Silverdome, which was, by the way, used as a dress rehearsal, I believe, for the Pope's visit, because they wanted to see how they could get people in and out and all of those things.
And I remember having the discussion about, hey, if we get highlights of this, even if it's the next day, I want to run them. And, you've got the traditional anchors, and I'm 20. So, and there was a lot of resentment to me having the job because I didn't earn it. I was just at the right place at the right time, and they gave it to me. And so there are people like, you can't show, WrestleMania 3 on a newscast. We lead into 60 minutes because obviously the event took place, I think it was on a Saturday night, and I've got highlights the next day. And I'm like, yeah, this was huge. Everybody I know paid to watch this. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, and their parents were watching too. And so I remember running highlights of the Hulkster and Andre the Giant. And I literally got called into a meeting on Monday about it. And it was the first time, Mark, that I was in a meeting in the business and looked at everybody else in the room and said, yeah, you guys are wrong about this. Okay, I know, I get it. I'm 20. I don't know what I'm talking about. This is a BFD. Okay. To me, what am I going to show? Highlights of the Mets and the Reds? I mean, are you kidding me? And I just remembered how big WrestleMania 3 was.
Oh, yeah.
And then obviously the whole industry took off from there. And it was because of him.
93,000 people at the Silverdome for WrestleMania 3, by the way. It was the largest crowd ever at that venue.
And I just also remember the video. I mean, he picked up Andre the Giant. Okay,
Yeah.
had Andre the Giant 6-7 feet off the ground. What? But he was one of a kind. He really was. In industry with a lot of characters, a lot of very important people. I don't see how anybody, and maybe it's just because it's our wheelhouse, literally yours and my wheelhouse here, in terms of age and what have you. And I was not a huge fan of his, and I don't know why. Okay, but he's the biggest thing. I mean, there's no one bigger than him, right? I mean, you start the Mount Rushmore with him?
with Hulk Hogan.
Okay,
yes,
that's what I thought.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Andre the Giant as well, because he helped bring wrestling to where Hulk took it to. And, wrestling fan might say because Hulk pressed Andre at the Silverdome, that propelled the Hulkster into the next level. But he also made his way into Hollywood. Is there a Rock without Hulk Hogan? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. By the way, that WrestleMania was so big that NBC, and that WrestleMania was what, 86, 87?
WrestleMania 3 was 87.
87. That NBC, only a few months after that WrestleMania, signed a deal with Vince McMahon. And in prime time, in the fall, I believe it was, of 87, they had a card, and I think they had Hogan and Andre the Giant on it, and 33 million people watched. I mean, Sunday Night Football gets 10 million less than that. So, I don't know. Kind of, when someone is in their 70s and they lived a hard life, okay, that part of the death announcement doesn't shock you. But I have to admit, Mark, I was headed into a doctor's office yesterday when our former producer, in our little group text there, sent the announcement. And I literally, I kid you not, I was walking in the door and I sat down at the bench outside of the building and went, wow.
Yeah, I was stunned as well when I got the text. A little later, my son called me and he goes, "How you doing?" He was Ozzy and the Hulkster. You okay?
Yeah, good. I'm glad he's thinking of you. Yeah. Yes. We're not, our youth
it just got crushed in the last
this week. No doubt. Oh my goodness.
So the Hulkster at 71, the biggest wrestler of all time. As I said earlier, I don't think you have a Rock going mainstream. I don't think you have a John Cena going mainstream without the Hulkster. I just don't. I don't think that would have happened otherwise. We've joked, and I think it was Cowherd's line, the superstar is, does your mom know who it is?
Right.
Everybody's mom knew who Hulk Hogan was.
Totally. And I got to admit, I was weaning myself off of wrestling, and for the most part was done. Once The Rock came on the scene, I thought that was cool, and then I was done with it. So early 2000s, I'm done with wrestling. And I will say though, when Hogan went heel,
Right.
I went, whoa! Hey, I mean, this is like, because wrestling is the soap opera for men, is how I always viewed wrestling. And I know that's
Absolutely. And for young men.
stereotypical, right.
But yes, you're right.
But I started thinking about, oh my goodness, this would be so and so on Days of Our Lives, all of a sudden becoming the villain. I mean, oh man, what? Wait a minute, where's the red and orange? Okay, what, in black? What?
I will say the dyed black beard with the blonde mustache may have been the worst look Hogan ever had.
Yes.
It was awful. It was absolutely awful. But for Hogan to turn heel, that was huge in that business.
Monstrous. And for over a year, NWO there kicked the tar out of the WWEF, whatever it was by that point. Okay. I mean, like 60 weeks in a row, their ratings crushed McMahon. Wow.
So it's been a hell of a week,
boy,
to say the very least. In more ways than one.
Yep. And we've had about 37 poll questions this week, but Miller and Moulton are trying to come up with the right, poll question that involves the Hulkster.
And I don't know what I really don't know what it is, because he was the biggest name in that sport. I don't think it's arguable. The only thing I could say is more iconic, the Hulkster or Ozzy.
Wow.
I mean, their global reach, both of them had a huge global reach.
Well, help me out here. You're more music than I am. For heavy metal, there was no one bigger than Ozzy, right?
Well, I mean, he's considered Black Sabbath is the start of heavy metal.
Exactly. So the one guy was the biggest thing in one industry, and the other guy was the biggest thing in his industry.
Right.
And
I think the Hulkster's more iconic. I really do. Because of kids and moms and grandmas and everything in between. But the Hulkster dead at 71. Miller and Moulton, great guest list today. The starting five, 25 minutes away. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Paul, the guitarist for Gold. If you have to say the guitarist from Golden Earring, no offense, it doesn't really register on the 3 stars dying thing. Chuck Mangione was a big deal. That I'm with you on. But put it this way, Cassio texted us that. My response was, I'm surprised you knew who that was. He answered, I didn't, but I figured you two would. The guitarist from Golden Earring. That's a good one. They had the monitor on so loud across the hall, I thought you could hear it through the microphone.
Yeah.
Chris left the door shut last night, so I'm leaving it open this morning because Gina's not here.
K-Rock?
Yeah, I mean, just blaring.
Gotcha.
So we have the Calusa Sound Amphitheater now down by the water that they redid, and they have a band coming, the Molly Ringwalds. It's an 80s cover band. I'm like, that sounds like that could be a fun night.
Right.
You want to take a guess what tickets are to see an 80s cover band outside in Fort Myers?
Well, I could guess now based on your tone, but I would have, obviously, if you hadn't said that, I would have been way off. How much?
40. Like $37.50 to see a cover band. Are you kidding me?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. And I have to admit, with our lineup, it's a football Friday.
Football Friday.
We got
That
Jeff
felt
Cameron.
good. That felt good, David. It
Well,
did.
I mean, I don't know how, at least with our lineup, Jeff Cameron in 40 minutes time, Antwan Staley in a little more than an hour to talk about Justin Fields and his injury in the Jets. Our buddy Mike Westhoff. It'll be great to talk to him again. I know you talked to him on the phone last night. Hope he's in good health. He had to step away from the game he loves last year because of health reasons. We hope he's in better health.
Said he was. He's in great spirits. And David, you know, I mentioned this to you yesterday. You know, I texted Mike a little late. I had busy yesterday, and we talked about getting up with him. I texted him within 30 seconds. My phone's ringing, and it's Westhoff. And we did a segment. We did a segment or two last night. He's great.
Yes, he is. And Joe Theismann, who's been very good to us for a long time on the show, is going to join us as well as we begin year 20, if you will, in style. And it certainly does feel like a football Friday. A lot going on yesterday in the sports world. Man, oh man, a lot going on. And the president's he's gonna do it. He's doing an executive order. Now, I will say, I had to find a little humor because he technically issued the executive order last night, but it it was basically a piece of paper that at the top said fix college athletics, and at the bottom had his signature date to be filled in later. I mean, it's that was the executive order he issued last night, but they got 30 days to fill in all the details, Mark.
Yes, they do. And a lot of it, from what I understand, is determining whether or not college athletes are going to be classified as employees or not.
And the answer is no.
Right.
Okay, that's that. The executive order is going to insist on that. There's actually a lot of layers to it. It's quite complicated. I'm not going to even be able to pretend that I fully understand all of it. There seems to be one part of a story that I read in which paragraph 4 seems to contradict paragraph 7 completely. I don't, they want to eliminate pay for play, yet at the same time, supposedly, if a kid, whatever fair market value is, then, the kid's allowed to be compensated for fair market value. Well, which is it? So I don't fully get it. I got to be honest with you. I don't get it. And the devil's in the details, and the details aren't even close to being put down on paper yet. But supposedly, 30 days he instructed his cabinet to get this done. So that's in time for the season. That big Thursday, I don't know if they'll get it done by week 0. Okay. Because week 0 is 29 days from now. Okay. But, that first big Thursday of the college football season headed into Labor Day weekend's 34 days away. The president late yesterday basically said, I want this to be the law of the land, by the time South Florida is having that early bird special with Boise State.
We shall see, because as you said, it kind of came out of both sides of the mouth yesterday of what's trying to get accomplished, the shocker in politics altogether.
So, got that going on. Our first significant trade. Okay. The trade deadline's got 6 more days to it, but, somebody had to strike first, and the Seattle Mariners did. They went and got a bat. Okay, come on, boys. Time to decide. Who's buying, who's selling. Come on now. Arizona decided to sell, and boy, they got a lot they could sell.
And this is just the start for the Diamondbacks.
Yep.
Because by making this trade, they announced to the rest of the league, we are open for business. And there are plenty of pieces on that team that others are looking to acquire. So that I thought that would fire you up yesterday. An early evening trade, getting things going for the Major League Baseball deadline. That's a little less than a week away.
And I have to admit, I feel badly for your favorite team. This is coming out of nowhere. The last 2 months of last year and the first 3 months of this year, they played the best baseball of any team in the sport. And out of nowhere, the calendar flipped to July, and you guys are the Colorado Rockies. You're terrible.
Absolutely terrible. They can't pitch. They're falling behind early. They're not producing any runs. And now, hell, the division's in play with the way things are going.
We've seen a lot worse.
Absolutely. We were putting an X there towards the end of June. We may have to get the eraser out, or at least the white out, because we may have put it in pen.
I was going to say, Mark, I think we screwed up. I don't think this was like Van de Velde on the Claret Jug, where the guy was just putting in the impression, okay? And if you look closely, he was able to virtually cover the entire impression, okay, with the eventual champion, okay? No, my X is in ink, okay? Maybe you could somehow, some way get your X next to Detroit gone without using whiteout, but no, mine's in ink. That sucker's done. I printed the banner, okay, that's going up at the ballpark. Done.
Looking grim right now in the Motor City for the Tigers.
Paula's blaming us, I think, by the way. She said, I got worried when you two put that X next to him. Yep.
I will say to her, you didn't express that at the time.
No,
were
you
right
didn't.
there with us, Paula.
You
Don't
didn't.
kid yourself.
Young lady.
I even said to Paula the day after the All-Star game, I said, I don't know. Skubal gets rocked. Every player went hitless. They'd lost a couple before the break. This is not a good omen. And I got ridiculed for it by the chat room for being too negative. Okay.
Well, and I ridiculed some in the chat room who were trying to say, you worried about the Tigers? I'm like, come on. They're still 11 and a half games up. What are you talking about? Anybody can have a bad week, but when you have two, then you get worried.
You mentioned the Rays calling Atlanta for Chris Sale. The Tigers may need to go out and give up some of their farm for a starting pitcher right now to go with Skubal. I mean, they need help. They need reinforcements at this time because the pitching's awful and they can't hit. So between those two things, it doesn't work very well.
I got to admit, I think Sale, and I don't know if he has veto power over a trade or not, but I think my understanding of Chris, and I don't pretend to know him well at all, but my understanding is he wouldn't mind a scenario to make it right in Boston. Okay. Even though he helped them win a World Series and go to 3 playoffs, that, he got injured and that he wouldn't mind one day making it right in Boston. Didn't like the way it ended there. Okay. So, I would, if I were the Braves, if he gets healthy here, I would say, listen, we send you to Boston for 2 months. You make it right. And then you come back. We want you back. Okay. That I think Chris would be okay with. Otherwise, I know he doesn't want to leave the Braves.
So we'll see what happens. Like we mentioned, the Diamondbacks, they put their for sale sign up yesterday.
Yep.
They said they're ready. Who else will join them? And because the American League is so jumbled in terms of the wild card, the Guardians are only a couple of games out now. So you can't sell if you're the Guardians the way we thought the Guardians would be selling as they'd lost 10 in a row or 11 in a row or whatever the hell it was. And now they're on a roll, even though losing last night, it got them back to 500. Big show ahead, the starting 5. That's what we do next.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myaradvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. 4635.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So Westhoff's going to DC on Saturday. You're not even on there. I'll probably wait till David puts his headsets on since I was trying to talk to him. So Westhoff is going to DC tomorrow. His kid lives there, but he's going to go. He knows Quinn really well, so he's going to see Washington at practice.
Oh, good.
And then he's going up to the Jets on Monday or Tuesday to talk to them. Like they're bringing him in to talk to the players. He's doing the same thing with Washington, I think, for what it's worth.
Well, yeah, trying to think when Westhoff was with the Jets, I think Aaron Gordon was there.
Glenn.
Glenn, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he played for him with the Jets, and he coached with him in New Orleans.
Oh,
He
yeah.
knows Glenn really well. And he knows a bunch of coaches in Washington. Izzo's their special teams guy. He played for him.
Right.
He knows like 4 coaches really well there, including Quinn.
Sonny, he pitched like twice as many games in Detroit than Houston. I see players don't determine what hat they wear anymore. The Hall of Fame does. I'd be shocked if he was anything but a Tiger. He did, Michael, last year. He had to walk away from the Broncos.
Citing how much he hated being around Bo Nix every day.
Yeah, well, because Winfield let it go to the highest bidder. DC. I mean, literally, I think the Padres paid him to go in as a Padre. Yeah, they do now, Sonny.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until Jeff Cameron will join us at the top of the hour. He was at ACC Media Days. By the way, he drove home. Okay? So for all the fun you've made of me over the years and some of the trips that you've had in the minor leagues with hockey and you and I touring a couple states doing FGCU basketball over the years. Jeff Cameron, remember ACC Media Days in Charlotte to Tallahassee. Hello. Yeah. He was like there, whatever his last day was, he like wraps up late in the afternoon and drives home.
Okay.
Just saying that's the kind of guy we're dealing with here. That's a goober of a certain level, and I say that with affection.
I know you do, but trying to bring someone into your world because they made one drive, I think is a little much by you. I understand what you're trying to do. I understand it's making you feel better about all of these drives you make, but he made one. And I don't know if you've ever been in the Tallahassee airport. I don't even know if Tallahassee has one, David.
They do.
I know. I'm having a little fun. Come on.
But listen, you're right. Okay. I mean, he's not in my level of goober, but it's just, you're right. For me, it's nice to know that our first guest has that quality to him. Antwan Staley in an hour to talk about the Jets. Mike Westhoff in a couple hours to talk about training camp and to have him tell some stories. It would be great to hear from the longtime football coach. And then we begin our bonus hour with Joe Theismann. How about that for a Football Friday? Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Born Terry Bollea. You know him as the Hulkster. Hulk Hogan died of a heart attack yesterday in Clearwater at the age of 71. Hogan headlined the first ever WrestleMania at Madison Square Garden. His grudge match with Andre the Giant, WrestleMania 3, took he and the industry, because it's not a sport, but he and the industry to a whole new level. He was wrestling's first superstar, and arguably still today, its biggest of all time. Hulk Hogan, 71. What a week. What a week we have endured. Health news, Kansas Jayhawks basketball coach Bill Self wasn't feeling well yesterday. They said, with what you're describing, you should just drive on down to the hospital. And he went to the hospital, and they inserted 2 stents. The 62-year-old will be released soon. They say he should be fine. Hope so. President Trump signed an executive order yesterday, ordering in the next 30 days to finalize a plan that will preserve scholarships based on athletic department revenue, and that schools should never be able to permit athletes to accept pay-for-play payments and to become employees. The devil is in the details. They're not down on paper yet. But the president had talked about it twice, and yesterday he went through with it. So, there. Baseball. Trade deadline's July 31st at 6 o'clock. First significant deal was yesterday. Seattle sends 2 of their better pitching prospects and 2 top 20 prospects in their organization to Arizona for first baseman Josh Naylor. Naylor's 28 years old, hitting .292, 11 homers, 59 RBIs, and above average glove. Seattle needs hitting of all kinds. Okay, there's no bat that Seattle could acquire that you would argue is a bad deal. Seattle, by the way, may have the deepest organization in baseball. Their prospects have prospects. Mariners then went out and beat the Angels 4-2. They're technically the 5 seed right now, a half game lead on Boston in the wild card race. They're now 5 back at Houston because the Astros lost at home to the A's 5-2. The Tigers are free falling, baby. Gave up 5 in the 6th, 4 in the 7th, lost to Toronto 11-4. They've lost 10 of 11. Meanwhile, the Jays' lead in the East is 4.5. Baltimore snapped Cleveland's 4-game winning streak. Guardians remain 8 back of the Tigers with the Orioles' 4-3 win. And St. Louis with 6 in the 2nd. Yu Darvish is 38, and it's not looking good the end of his career. He's 0-3 on the season. He's only made 4 appearances. He gave up 8 runs in a little over 3 innings. Cardinals beat the Padres 9-7. San Diego.
I took that one in last night, David. That was the MLB app free game. And I found myself watching Padres and Cardinals, which made me feel 84 years old, but I was tech savvy while doing it.
Did it put you to sleep?
No, it was a lot of runs. It was actually a pretty enjoyable game.
Okay. Just asking. Padres hold down the final playoff spot in the National League. The Las Vegas Raiders shocked everyone yesterday. They released defensive tackle Christian Wilkins. They designated him, quote, a terminated vested veteran, unquote. I'd never heard that before. You?
No.
I don't know what it means either. But Wilkins broke his left foot a handful of games into last season, sometime in October. Missed the rest of the year. The Raiders, criticizing his rehab from the injury, voided 50 days ago the $35 million remaining in guaranteed money on his deal. The NFLPA only yesterday filed an appeal. They had to within 50 days. Don't know why they waited until the last day, but Christian Wilkins and the Raiders are going to fight over $35.2 million. Wilkins, 28, signed a 4-year, $110 million deal with the Raiders after 5 terrific seasons with the Dolphins. Christian Wilkins. Don't know if he's going to be healthy enough for opening day, quite frankly, because of that foot.
Right. I mean,
but
they think he avoided surgery. So what? It's going to be fascinating. This is the old Andrew Brandt line. There will be lawsuits.
There's no doubt about that. Jets quarterback Justin Fields at about 9:30 yesterday morning got stepped on his right foot throwing a pass, and he dislocated his right big toe. They say he's going to be okay, but for a few hours, Justin Fields falls to the ground. At first glance, everyone thinks it's a non-contact injury. Then he has to be helped up and taken to the locker room in a golf cart. Tell me for a few hours the Jets didn't think, we really are cursed. There's something wrong with our franchise. Okay, the house is haunted. The realtor promised us that they'd gotten rid of that problem, but the house is haunted. So they say he's going to be day-to-day. Aren't we all? Tennis, Venus Williams, her nice run in D.C. came to an end. She lost her doubles match in a tiebreaker and then got beat 6-2, 6-2 by 27-year-old Magdalena Freck. But Venus played so well, she got a wild card into Cincinnati, and the 45-year-old's going to accept it. Hell, at this rate, put her in the U.S. Open. I mean, it's not like people don't want to see her play. I mean, well, we'll see what happens. WNBA last night, LA won their 4th in a row. They beat Connecticut. Indiana, without Caitlin Clark, beat Vegas 80-70. I'll tell you what, it sounds like Caitlin Clark's going to be out a while.
It really does, David. I mean, it started with the quad injury that went into the groin injury, and there is no real timetable right now.
No, that's what they've said. They've stopped giving injury updates. All right. So this seems like it's become a very significant injury. And Seattle beat Chicago 95-57. 4 starters for Chicago didn't play because of, quote, injury. We'll see about that. PGA Tour 3M Open outside Minneapolis. Canadian Adam Svensson shot a 60. That's 11 under. Good for a 2-shot lead. Scottish Open's going on right now, midway through the second round. 8 under is atop the leaderboard. That Lottie Wode, the Florida State golfer, the English amateur, who won the Irish Open and nearly won the Evian, the major, she turned pro. Her first pro round, a 5 under 67 yesterday. And Nelly Korda, who's had a rough year, shot a 4 under 68. Neither Wode nor Korda have teed off in their second round.
Back to the 3M quickly. Goddard, who's had a hell of a year or hell of a month, shot 8 under yesterday. He's 3 back. I'm fascinated by this guy because other than Scotty Scheffler, is there a hotter American golfer right now than Chris Goddard?
Well, and if you're Keegan Bradley, that's
what I'm talking about.
Right. I know what
he technically this week. If he plays well, he's not close. But if he plays well again this week and has a good playoff, he has to be considered for a captain's pick. He does.
Yes. Technically, by the way, he's 22nd on the Ryder Cup list, which I know is not close. Usually nobody in that far back will get a wild card selection. But if he plays his way into the teens in these final 2 events, and you're sitting down and the question is simply, right now, is he one of the 12 best American golfers in the world? I don't know how the answer is no. I mean, in all seriousness, Colin Morikawa, Chris Goddard, right now in a match, who would you take?
Right now, Goddard.
Yes, you would. And Morikawa's top 10 in the world and 8th on the points list.
And most think a virtual lock for the Ryder Cup team, even though he's playing horribly.
Hell, he'll go through 2 caddies between now and the Ryder Cup. Finally, and this was an uncomfortable story from day one, but a big deal north of the border. So the Canadian World Junior Hockey team, there was an event 7 years ago because they won it. And at the celebration, an alleged sexual assault happened involving at least 5 players. 3 years ago, those 5 players had their careers put on hold, if not ended, because, well, Canada charged them with sexual assault. An Ontario judge acquitted all 5 Canadian junior, and they're now not Canadian junior, they're in their mid-20s, hockey players of sexual assault yesterday. None of the 5, however, as of today, are eligible to return to the NHL. The NHL has to clear them, and they've not necessarily indicated that they will. In fact, they're quoted as saying, yeah, they were found not guilty, but there are a lot of disturbing details in this case. Needless to say, and Mark, you've talked about this, the NHLPA has filed an immediate appeal. Like, hey, man, not guilty is not guilty. You got to reinstate those guys today. And one of those guys was Corey Carter, who was the number 1 goalie for the Flyers at the time 3 years ago. So the case may be over, but their fate is far from over. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories and a Lottie Wode here on Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, that Canadian sexual assault case is obviously it's disturbing on a lot of fronts, but the fact is they were found not guilty, and the NHLPA has immediately filed their paperwork to get these guys reinstated. And you mentioned the goaltender for the Flyers, the biggest name among the 5. So we shall see what happens between now and training camps, which will open in early September, I believe.
Right. And they're all free agents, by the way. If they were to be reinstated by the league, they can sign with any organization in any league. But as of right now, they are ineligible for the NHL, and I would assume then for any NHL farm team as well.
Correct. One of them was playing in Europe. I think that would be the avenue for the players if they're not reinstated. But it is something that bears watching for you hockey fans out there. And I know we've got a couple of Flyer fans that listen every day as well.
Miller and Moulton, a reminder, go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit. It's August 12th. It's Dr. Roto, dinner, and you. You leave with a cheat sheet so that when you do your fantasy football draft within a week or so of our event, that you could crush it. And then you keep the sheet with you and all the tips, and then you win your fantasy league. It's the Fantasy Football Summit, millerandmoulton.com. Sign up today. The event is August 12th at Shula's Joe's, Fort Myers, Bell Tower Shops.
It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula's Joe's Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th, is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I sent Jeff the link, but I just texted him to make sure he got it. And he's got it. Good. Yeah, if I had a clue, Governor, how to do that and make it happen, where there would be a paywall for it, we would entertain it. But that's well beyond my technological reach to be able to have it set up where you can hear Roto, where he's on film. We need to hire camera people. Again, we don't make hardly any money off of this event, and the expenses far outweigh the risk of what people would do joining in on a stream, Governor. We'd love to do it. You know, Roto threw it up. You guys need to stream this. That's great, Roto. You got $5,000 to produce it? Because I don't.
Well, and Governor, actually last year we made a few phone calls and to look into it. And it would be like a minimum $2,000. And so, and then, you know, what would our minimum? And, you know, and then even then, we don't know if technologically we'd pull it off. So it's a goal one day, but
because then you're relying on that venue,
right?
To have a good enough internet and Wi-Fi to be able to do that. I mean, there's just a lot to that. It's thanks, Governor. Appreciate it. No, we'd like to do it. It's something that we would like, you know, it would be great, but it just doesn't seem feasible.
You sent him the link, right?
I did. And I just texted him and he gave me a thumbs up that he has it. So
cool.
I like DC's question there. Biggest 80s icon.
Wow.
I think that's a doable question. We can come back with that after Jeff's interview. There's Jeff. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. You can hear me? Everything's okay?
Everything's great.
Good.
Yeah.
And Chris, yeah, we are on Twitch and YouTube, so there's people that are obviously in the room with us, Jeff, just so you know.
All right.
Listeners as well. But yes, Chris, we are going to have Phil Steele on. It will be one of the first 2 Thursdays in August is what we're shooting for.
Right. I think the dates that we requested were, what, 7th or 14th?
Correct.
One of them. So we're waiting to hear back.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Antwan Staley in about 35 minutes to hear just how horrifying it had to be for a few hours at Jets camp yesterday. Mike Westhoff with some training camp stories in about 90 minutes. And Joe Theismann, 2 hours from now. We begin this Football Friday with a longtime friend of the show, Jeff Cameron. He was just at ACC Media Days in Charlotte. He's part of Real Talk Tallahassee Radio, warchant.com. You can follow Jeff on X, the letter J, Cameron Show, the letter J, Cameron Show. Jeff, it's David and Mark. How the hell are you?
I'm well, boys. That was music to my ears to hear you guys say Football Friday. Mark said it with gusto too, so I feel like we're there. We're ready to go.
We are getting there, that's for sure. And ACC Media Days have come and gone. You know, every commissioner's kind of made their plea about the playoffs. What are the ACC? What are their thoughts about the college football playoff going forward?
That they're lucky still to be a league.
Now, come on now. Jim Phillips did not say that. That's just how you interpreted his comments.
That is exactly how I interpreted his comments. With this meekish, hey, our neighborhood needs to have our trash picked up too. Here's our opinion. Please consider. You know, it's funny. He kind of addressed it, but he didn't address it just like every other topic of interest, he kind of skirted a lot of it just to say that, well, I feel like whatever's in the best interest of college football is what we should do. And that's kind of the problem a lot of people have with Jim. I think that he is an earnest fellow, somebody who desperately wishes things were different, that would like to see the best interest, the better angels of our nature be shown by other commissioners. The problem is he's not paying attention. Because they don't seem to care about what's best for college football. If you look at the headlines, Jim, Greg Sankey's not concerned with you, sir.
No, he's not. Don't
Not
even know
at
if
all.
he's concerned with Tony Petitti in the Big Ten either. And we could debate whether or not he should be. But so I know you sat down face to face and had a long talk with Mike Norvell. And obviously, tough to have 2 years more polar opposite than what Florida State's had the last 2 years. Undefeated regular season, 2-10 regular season. Where do you think this roster and this program is right now?
You know, volatile is kind of fun if you bet on golf. You know, when you're putting together fantasy lineups, you don't want to take Scotty Scheffler because everybody's going to take Scotty Scheffler. So you got to find the Goddard's of the world before everybody else does, right? So you want volatility. You don't want that if you're a Florida State fan. You'd like some consistency. You'd like to see that 12-0 is going to beget 10-2, followed by 9-3, followed by 12-0. So the way he operates, or the way that he's to some degree had to operate, it's a roster flip every season, David. I mean, they quite literally will have at least 18 new starters of the 22 that will play for them this year. It is hard to get a handle on what that means. A year ago, it was an unmitigated disaster. The year before, it was a stirring success, obviously. So I think most people would suggest that they're better this year. How could they not be? They were one of the worst teams in all of college football. Quite literally, that's not hyperbole. They were one of the worst teams in college football a year ago. They won't be that. They'll be better than that. But are they 6-6, 5-7, or 9-3? It's hard to answer, David. I do not know the answer to that question. I have opinions. We all do. I wouldn't have gone out and got Tommy Castellanos. At the same time, I will say he is a perfect fit for Gus Malzahn's offense. So, you know, it's going to be a fascinating season, and it gets started with Alabama, which is also not ideal.
No, and even less ideal is Castellanos has basically tried to poke the bear. Always fun to look at Alabama and give them extra incentive to play a game. But the point you mentioned, you know, I watched Castellanos a little bit last year. There's moments of brilliance, and then there's moments of just wanting to pull your hair out. But to your point, Jeff, he and Gus Malzahn, in theory, should work really well together, right?
I think so. I interviewed Tommy at ACC kickoff, and I talked to him about his ups and downs, and I talked to him about this offense and the fit. You know, I said, you could have gone several places. A lot of teams, a lot of programs were interested in him. He raises your floor in the sense that his legs will bail you out in a lot of games in which you have equal talent. I don't know about the games in which the superior defense is on the field, because he's not going to throw his way to victory. Let's put it that way. I do think he's a perfect fit for Gus Malzahn's offense, and he has experience. He originally committed to Gus, so he has an understanding of this offense. I went to spring. We didn't get a lot of access in spring, but I did see one of the scrimmages, and it was all live, including the quarterback, which was interesting, and he made plays. Now, is that because Florida State's defense isn't any good? It was install time, all of that. I don't know. But I do think in theory, yes, this is a perfect match. If he's ever going to have a great season, it should be this year, because the whole system is built around his ability to run.
The Malzahn hire, to me, is fascinating. I don't think Norvell's, when he was calling the shots at Memphis, that their offense looked like this. Obviously, his offense at Florida State has not been a Gus Malzahn offense. It's been more pro style than Gus. Okay, this to me is a very interesting coming off of 2-10. Of all the coordinators to pick, you picked a guy who looks at football totally differently than you do.
Yeah, he'll tell you that they go way back, that he had been, an understudy of Gus, and that he understands that offense, and that there are elements of that offense and what he ran later on. Some of that is true. I mean, I think every coordinator could say that he takes pieces of other people's offenses and meshes it with his own philosophy. But the interesting thing about the Gus Malzahn hire to me, David, is that while it raises your floor because, look, you can think whatever you want about Gus. His offenses run the football, and they have been very successful running the football.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that mean? Well, it means that you're going to have a certain base that you're going to be able to trust, which means you can't go 2-10. But I also think you have a very low ceiling in this offense. I don't think you're going to attract the better quarterbacks in the country in a Gus Malzahn offense. You're going to attract a certain kind of quarterback in Gus Malzahn's offense, which, again, will lead to a modicum of success. This is a save your job kind of hire, in my opinion.
All right, we know Gus wants to run the ball. We know the quarterback can run the ball. Is there a bell cow back? Is it running back by committee? Who's going to get the lump share of the carries, and are they good enough?
So Gavin Sawchuk came in the offseason from Oklahoma. For people who don't remember Gavin Sawchuk, he ran for over 100 yards against Florida State in Orlando in the bowl game a couple of years ago. He's been a good football player for Oklahoma. He's also had some injuries. He had a stretch, Mark, where he had, I think it was 5 straight games of 100 yards or more for Oklahoma. So he was a guy. He was a dude, if you will. I think he'll start out the gates. They brought in Usman Kroma. Now, get this. For all of Florida State's issues the last 2 years in recruiting the prep ranks, they stole him in the last second from Georgia, and Georgia wasn't happy about it. They actually fought to keep him, which means Florida State spent big money on this recruit, and they knew they needed to have a star in the class. He's that star. How quickly does a true freshman come in and play, and does he play against Alabama in his first ever college football game? He's had a good summer for what that's worth. I was told in Charlotte that he's hit the ground running. He's a big kid. He's over 200 pounds already. So, skill position kids can come in and play. We'll see. But I think it's an awful lot to ask a true freshman to come in and his first ever college start go against Alabama.
Jeff Cameron, warchant.com, Real Talk Radio in Tallahassee. Follow him on X, the letter J Cameron Show, the letter J Cameron Show. We got about 2 minutes. Is there a minimum number of games for Norvell that he has to win this year or he's gone? Or is the buyout such, kind of like Brian Kelly at LSU, that they ain't getting rid of Brian Kelly for at least 2 more years because they can't afford it? What's the situation with Norvell?
I think it would have to be an unmitigated disaster again for them to fire him, because at some point you start doing the math and the sunk costs of like nobody going to games, those kinds of things. I think, and what does that look like? I don't know, 5-7, 6-6. If that's the case, then, I think he probably loses his job. But I think if he can win 7-8 games, David, I think he's, for the reasons that you just laid bare, I think he's here. I think he stays.
Well, how important then is that Alabama game? You talked about attendance. They just did all the renovations to the stadium. They've spent a ton of money to refurbish it. This Alabama game's really, I don't think they have to win it, but they can't get their doors blown off, can they?
I agree with you wholeheartedly. On the heels of 2-10, you can't go out and lose 40-7. People want to see that there's been a step forward taken, certainly. Florida State, people talk about the record last year, and they should, because it's crazy, but they were listless. They were non-competitive. They didn't care to be there. Norvell lost the locker room, in my opinion. That it can never look like that again, and he keep his job. So I think if they're competitive and they lose by 14, 17, heck, if that game's a 10-point game in the fourth quarter and they end up losing by 20, people will live with it as long as they're competitive. I agree with you. But, it's a non-conference game, and I think the big thing is that You fast forward to that Virginia game, their first conference game 3 weeks later, and then the Miami game in Tallahassee. How do you look in those two games, two conference games, and the other being a rival is going to be of vital importance?
Yeah, I look at the two games in early October, both at home, Miami and then Pitt. And Pitt's better than Florida State, but Florida State fan won't acknowledge that. And I think it's how they look and perform in those two games. Because Jeff, mid-October to the end of November is a very long time. That's 6-7 weeks for the groundswell to get really loud.
Oh, completely agree. We've talked about just kind of getting through the Alabama game. I've told my listeners, look, there's a reason that spread is as big as it is. I think Alabama's going to win that game. But how do you play in those games that are very, very winnable, imminently winnable? Miami's a better team than Florida State, but you're playing that game at home, and we all know, look, you got a chance to outcoach on game day. So that's one area where I think Florida State's got to be competitive. One of the big four games, one of the big four.
Jeff, thanks for making time for us, particularly this early. All the best to you and the family. Glad you got back from Charlotte safely, and we'll do this before the season opener, okay?
Yeah, always love it, boys. Be good.
Jeff Cameron, it's the Jeff Cameron Show. It's warchant.com, Real Talk Radio in Tallahassee, Jay Cameron Show on X.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way.
Boys.
Stay cool with
Thank
Air
you.
Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So we could go with the 80s icon question. We
Okay.
could also go with Florida State's over-under 7.5, I believe.
Ooh, really?
Thought that's what I saw. Let me double check. You just hold your horses over there.
Oh, I didn't mean it like that. Because I'd go under on that.
I could be wrong. Regular season wins. Yes, 7.5. Although the under's minus 220. That's such a crap move. How about putting the thing where you can give at least minus 120 each way?
Should we, if we did a poll question, do you want to put it at 6.5?
Yeah. If we did. I think we could put both up.
Yeah, I do too. So we're going with
The two MJs, the Hulkster.
Madonna.
No, I think that
No.
I think that's it. I think that's
So we're going Jackson, Jordan, Hulkster.
and Madonna.
Okay, so 4.
Yeah, because I
Okay.
actually kind of looked at, I went through a quick AI and see what they gave me. The movie icons, they give you Harrison Ford, Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise has been big forever. He's not just the 80s. The TV stars,
Cosby.
well, that's the
Couple
Cosby
beers.
Show.
Right.
Yes.
I'd go with those 4. 2 Michaels, a Madonna, and a Hulkster. I'm actually going to go Michael Jackson.
I don't think Ozzy makes that list, Go Raiders, and I love me some Ozzy. But literally, the thing I looked up for the music icons, he didn't even make the music icons list. It was Michael Jackson, Madonna, Prince, Whitney Houston, U2. For what it's worth. Good question, DC.
Thank you, DC.
I agree with you. I stared those down pretty good. Loved all. Well, I didn't love Jordan. Loved all the other 3.
Puck Virtue, I don't know how old you are, but in the mid to late 80s,
In the 80s, yeah.
she was monstrous. I know this isn't necessarily her demographic, but I mean, there was no bigger icon with women under the age of 35 in the 80s. I mean, she just ruled.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Antwan Staley, in a little more than 15 minutes' time, will join us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, to talk about 2 practices in, a Jets quarterback goes down. Mike Westhoff in a little more than an hour with some training camp stories. He only had about 40 years in the NFL. And Joe Theismann atop the bonus hour here on Miller and Moulton. So we've had a lot of loss this week. I mean, Malcolm Jamal Warner, The Cosby Show, that hit home with a lot of people, how big that show was in the 80s. Ozzy Osbourne, Black Sabbath, the godfather, if you will, of heavy metal. And now Hulk Hogan. So we struggled to come up with a poll question. We got some help from a few listeners in our chat rooms. And we ended up going with one that was suggested by DC. Biggest icon of the 80s. Who did we narrow it down to?
Madonna. I paused there because I didn't know what you were going to do after that. I didn't know if you were going birdcage there. I never know when I go Madonna what you're going to say. If you're going to start voguing, I never really can tell.
I was just going to start rolling around on my bedroom floor, kind of like I'm on the MTV Music Awards stage, but I
Right.
just figured, for radio, that would not make for good radio.
No, it would not. So Madonna, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, and Hulk Hogan.
Wow.
It's a hell of a list.
They were all monstrous
Monstrous.
in the 80s. Wow.
Monstrous.
And obviously some had longer and larger shelf lives than others, but man, oh man.
So go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton to vote. The text line, as always, is open. If you don't subscribe to X and want to text your not only answer but comments, 21,000 is the text line. If you've not texted the show before, you need to text the keyword Miller to 21,000. That gets you behind the gate, and we'd love to hear from you. Time now for the coolest thing I've seen today, and it's brought to you by Air Advantage, myairadvantage.com, myairadvantage.com. You can call them at 433-4635. That's 239-433-4635. 18 months, no interest, no payments available. It's a little bit, it's a story that we brought up yesterday, but it's a follow-up. It's cool. And then the ending, well, is not what they wanted. Yesterday, we talked about the bat flipper, the 12-year-old little leaguer, Marco Rocco, who tossed his bat after a 2-run homer in the 6th inning of the sectional tournament. He was thrown out of the game for the bat flip. And that cost him a 1-game suspension for the final, which was played yesterday. His father sued, went for a temporary injunction to negate the suspension. A judge ruled in favor of Marco Rocco and allowed him to play. However, his Haddonfield Little League team was mercy ruled yesterday. They lost 10-4 against the Elmora Youth League team, the 2019 state champs in New Jersey. They went all Jim Schoenfeld. Yeah, you have to go back in the hockey circles to remember that. But when Schoenfeld called Koharski, the referee, a big fat donut, and have it eat another donut, you fat whatever, he got suspended for a playoff game. The New Jersey Devils filed an injunction and got a judge on a Sunday to rule that he could coach. The referees protested, did not work the game, and they had scab referees, if you will.
They grabbed 3 people out of the stands, put like pink tops on them because the refs wouldn't let them wear the striped shirts. Okay. And they played game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. It's not like it was a big game. Series was 2-1 Boston. Game was in Jersey. I mean, nothing riding on this, just a trip to the Stanley Cup Finals. Right.
So the bat flipper, Marco Rocco, the injunction worked, but the team unfortunately got whooped. 10-spit, mercy ruled in 4. And that's the coolest thing I've seen today. Brought to you by Air Advantage, myairadvantage.com online.
Did you see the release from the National Little League?
I did.
They
went damn near scorched earth with how upset they were at the decision.
By the judge and what have you. Yeah, they were not expressing any
remorse for this kid being suspended. In fact,
right.
they doubled down, David.
I agree.
And I thought it was a bad look for Little League. I wouldn't even have made a comment if I were Little League. I would have just let it played out because the story's then dead. But as we pointed out yesterday, if you go to the Little League X posts, they post bat flips. They talk about bat flips in a positive way, and then they throw a kid out for a bat flip. You can't play it both ways.
Well, but also, I mean, going forward, so is Little League going to direct their umpires to be this, quote, strict, unquote? I mean, we got regionals coming up. Then we're going to have the Little League tournament in Williamsport. I mean, they're going to do this to the first big bat flipper in Williamsport? And I'm serious. And by the way, what if it's not an American? What if it's a kid from South Korea or what have you? Okay. And they eject him from the game and he's suspended for the next one. I mean, serious. I'll be very curious if this is going to be an isolated incident in a 48-hour story, Mark, or is this sucker going to have legs for the next 4 weeks?
I'm with you. You know, it didn't sound like from everything I read about what happened to this kid, there weren't warnings given because of previous bat flips. It was a bat flip. And trust me, if you see it, it's an all-time bat flip.
Oh, no.
It's 4 steps down the first baseline and then a bat flip that goes double the height of the kid, if you will. I mean, it's
easy.
He throws it 10 feet in the air.
Oh, yeah, at least. Yes. I mean, it damn near stuck in the ground like a javelin. Oh,
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
it was a bat flip.
No. The flip was every bit as impressive as the deep home run to right center for a right-handed hitter, which was impressive. So, well, I'm glad he got to play.
I am too.
It's over. Okay, we'll see if it's really over.
But you're right, because the clip that I happened to see on their X post was a game from last year in Williamsport with like Venezuela playing another country, and the bat flip was incredible. And if you follow baseball, you know, many of the players from Central America are more of the bat flippers, if you will, than the U.S. players. They like the showmanship there more than apparently we do.
So we'll be curious if the Little League is going to be this strict about bat flipping in Williamsport, which obviously is a pretty high profile event. Miller and Moulton. Make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit. It's in about 2.5 weeks. It's Tuesday, August 12th. Bell Tower Shops, Shula Show Sports Cafe, Fort Myers. millerandmoulton.com, dinner, Dr. Roto, and you. We help you win your fantasy league. Our poll question, I voted Michael Jackson.
As did I.
And I voted Michael Jackson because I actually think he got a head start. That, you know, Jordan wasn't Jordan at all until he hit the shot in March of 82. That, you know, it was like, oh, wow. You know, the Hulkster, it took 2-3 years into the 80s, in my opinion. Anyway, Off the Wall was released late in 79, August of 79, and Off the Wall was amazing.
It's a great album. I think it's his best album.
And I agree with you.
I truly do. I think that is a great album.
And I agree with you. And that's why I think Michael got a head start on everybody else in being an icon of the 80s, because he was one when the 80s started. Just one guy.
It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football league.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. Insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Virtue, I have no idea what the Dixie youth programs are, but the South has won as many Little League World Series as any region ever. Teams from Georgia have been dominant. Teams from Florida have been dominant. So I don't know how the South is not part of it. Maybe Alabama's not, but I mean, Georgia has dominated for years in that tournament. And if you want to say Florida's not the South, well, I get that.
Sonny, you can't put Andrew Dice Clay in with those other people. Come on. Andrew Dice Clay had like a moment in comparison to those others. I mean, the comedian of the 80s was Eddie Murphy.
Yes.
He saved Saturday Night Live. The two comedy specials back to back, Delirious and Raw. Holy blank. Then the movies. Oh, man. The new sheriff in town. His name is Reggie Hammond.
Yes, Sonny, that was a big song. I mean, Raiders of the Lost Ark was a big movie. I mean, I don't know what. Sometimes I think you guys just try to give yourself right answers for reasons I don't really get. But whatever.
God, Eddie Murphy. Jeez. Who was the character that he said roll him around a little bit, he'll be okay? When he caught on fire at the barbecue?
That's Aunt. Isn't that Aunt Umfu? No, that's the uncle that starts the fire.
Right.
And roll Aunt Umfufu around in the.
She'll be okay.
Yeah. Eddie, what have you done for me lately?
He did the Stevie Wonder bit. Stevie, this don't impress me. You want to impress me? Grab the wheel. Golly. And tell jokes like that.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, biggest icon of the 80s with the passing of Hulk Hogan. Our four choices are Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, Madonna, Hulk Hogan. Vote accordingly. I voted for Michael Jackson for what that's worth. Mike Westhoff will join us in an hour with some training camp stories from days gone by. And Joe Theismann to talk about the Commanders and everything that's going on in D.C. and with the franchise. I believe we're a day late in wishing him a happy birthday, but Antwan Staley is kind enough to join us once again. He covers the Jets for the New York Daily News. You can follow Antwan on X at Antwan Staley, Staley. Are we right about that? Yesterday was your birthday?
Yes, that's correct. It was.
Well, a belated happy birthday. I mean, you only worked about 18 hours, so, which I'm sure you've done for about 20 consecutive birthdays now. Hey, I don't know if you believe in haunted houses or curses, but for like 90 minutes yesterday when Justin Fields went down and he got carted off, did you look around and go, maybe this franchise is jinxed?
No, not necessarily. I've covered the Dolphins too, and Indian burial ground. So I think it's even worse than what the Jets are dealing with. But neither here or there. But no, the Jets definitely got some good news with Justin Fields there. It's probably going to be out a week or two. Like, it's definitely a best case scenario than what we originally thought, which might be a few weeks or months actually.
All right, I know everything's going to end up revolving around the quarterback because that's the league and that's the way it's played. But take Fields out of it. How good's the rest of this roster, Antwan?
That's the big. I think the defense is still really good. They have 8 starters returning from a unit that finished in the top 5 last year. So I think the defense is still going to be good. You do have Steve Wilson, obviously Aaron Glenn there now. So it's going to be a little bit different than what the previous regime did with Robert Saleh and Jeff Ulbrich. Offensively, I don't think they're very good, to be quite honest with you. It's a lot of questions with Justin Fields, obviously, his past inefficiencies. And, you look at the wide receiver core outside of Garrett Wilson, it's not a lot of firepower there. I do think their offensive line is really good, but they could struggle to score points this upcoming year. And obviously, you got to score points to win games. So, along with stopping people. So I think that could be a big question for the Jets.
Antwan, you've been around the Jets for years now. Can you explain the significance to those who don't really understand the Jets culture, the significance of having their 3 best young players now signed for a significant time? You got to go back to probably pre-free agency when this was the case with the Jets.
Well, yeah, you got Sauce and Garrett. I think they're 2 really good foundational pieces there to have until 2030. So to have those guys locked up, I think is definitely a big deal there as well. And also some of the younger players that they have too. But yeah, getting those guys locked up, especially sending a message to the rest of the team and saying, hey, you know what? We're going to pay our young guys, especially the ones that deserve it. And I think that sends a really, vibrant message throughout the rest of the locker room, especially a locker room where, it's a very young team compared to what it was even last year, when you had Aaron Rodgers and you had Devontae Parker and, get Hassan Reddick and others. So, yeah, I definitely think it sends good vibes around the whole locker room.
Antwan, if you're right, and this is a good offensive line, how much pressure is then on Breece Hall to have a big bounce-back season?
I mean, he's never rushed for 1,000 yards in his career in the NFL. So I think, he understands what it is. He knows it's a critical year for him. I mean, he's heading to the last year of his contract. So I'm sure he wants to be paid, whether it be by the Jets or somebody else. So he understands it's a critical year for him to bounce back. And like I said, I don't think it's necessarily, he had a bit of an injury he was dealing with last year, in addition to, Aaron Rodgers wanted to, go for his 500 touchdown. And I think he checked out a lot of running plays last year. And, that affected the way the Jets did things offensively and also Brees Hall's numbers. But, I think he'll be fine, especially in the offense where I think it's going to be very run-centric and, run-heavy and physical. So I think that'll benefit Brees Hall a lot.
He's a beat reporter and a columnist for the New York Daily News. He's Antwan Staley. Follow him on X at Antwan Staley, Staley. Obviously, it's very early, but how different is the vibe, the personality going from a Robert Saleh to an Aaron Glenn?
I mean, I think you already kind of see it because, I think, it's more of a kind of, teaching, type of vibe there in camp now, especially with a lot of young guys. It kind of reminds me of covering college football. So it's definitely different types of vibes there. And, Aaron Glenn wants to have his hand in every single thing. He's definitely a CEO, somebody that wants to not just watching defensive line play or defensive backs, which he played when he was a corner for the Jets, but, special teams and offense too as well. Like he has his hand in all the cookie jars. So I think that is a little bit refreshing, especially considering Robert Saleh, he was a defensive guy, but, with Aaron Rodgers the last couple of years, he kind of focused on the offensive side of the ball. So I think that's kind of what jumps out at me first when you talk about, the differences between the two.
You mentioned, covering the Dolphins and how tough that was. When you look at this division, obviously the Bills are the overwhelming favorite. Do the Jets have to finish above, not being last for this season to be deemed successful? What is the benchmark, in your opinion, for the Jets team this year?
I mean, preferably, you don't want to finish in last place. So I think that would be a good goal for them. But I think this is a year where you don't have those expectations on the Jets. It kind of reminds me of the 2022 season where, they're coming off a 4-13 season. Last year they came off a 5-12 season. And, now like you got a new regime in there and you get in parts, new players in there. So preferably, you would like to not finish in last place. But, I think that most people are going to pick the Jets to finish in last place. But I can see a world where, depending on what happens with Tua and the Dolphins, and they have a lot of pressure on them and Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel. If Tua gets hurt, I mean, who's to say the Dolphins can't finish in last place? So, and I think New England has really improved. I'm not saying they're going to make the playoffs, but I think they can win possibly 8 games this year, especially with Drake May and Mike Vrabel. But it's definitely an interesting division. It's still Buffalo's to lose, and I imagine they're going to win the division once again. But after that, it's a bit of a toss-up. But I would probably say New England's the second-best team, at least as of now.
A year ago, Jermaine Johnson was a defensive player very much on the rise. He had 7.5, 8 sacks. And, the thought was maybe he'd be a double-digit sack guy. And then obviously a major injury. Has he been cleared? And if so, what's the time frame? Is he going to start on the PUP list? Could he be ready opening day? What's the update on Jermaine Johnson?
Yes, he's on the PUP list as of now. But, it's funny, your timing is perfect because he just tweeted out this morning that he's been cleared by his doctors. So I don't know when he'll, hit the field and be totally cleared by the team, by the Jets. But their expectation is he'll play week 1. And I think that's really good news for a guy that, they're going to definitely rely on, especially to be that, pass rusher opposite side of Will McDonald, who had a 10.5 sack season last year. But if you can get both of those guys on the same page and healthy, I think that's definitely a scary proposition for, opposing defenses.
Antwan, thanks for making time for us. Next few days going to be very hot. I know you can get indoors at Florham Park. All the best, and hopefully we can talk again by the start of the season.
I'm a Southerner, so I like it hot, so it's not going to bother me at all. It'll bother the other people up here, but
okay.
But
all right. Good luck, Antwan, and a belated happy birthday. Thanks for joining us. Antwan Staley. New York Daily News. covers the Jets, and then is also a columnist, a lot like Chris Perkins. Okay, for his role with the Sun Sentinel with the Dolphins, very much Antwan Staley's role covering the Jets for the New York Daily News. And Antwan joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
5.5
Oof.
is the Jets over-under. 5.5. They, by last year's numbers, and we know it can be very dangerous to do that, but they have what is said to be the 7th easiest schedule in the league this year. We all know that division is top heavy and not much else, but they are supposed to be the worst team in the division. First off, do they get a division win this year, David?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Is it against Miami?
Yes, it is.
Ouch. Their
That's
schedule difficult to start. Pittsburgh and Buffalo at home, at Tampa, at Miami, and then Dallas and Denver at home before they get Carolina. Starts out pretty heavy, gets a little easier, but their crossovers are not, they're playing Cincinnati, they're playing Baltimore. So the East has a little more difficult road than it did a year ago. So that 5.5 is right about on the mark.
Well, think about it. Think about how many games you think they'll win in their own division. But I believe you've touched upon their crossover divisions this year are AFC North and NFC South, right?
Yes.
So, there's 3 bad teams until proven otherwise: New Orleans, Carolina, and Cleveland in amongst those 8 games. And obviously win as many of those 3 as you can, because the other 5 are going to be really tough to get a W from. And then how are you going to do in your own division? So let's just say you have them going 3-5 in those 2 crossover divisions. 2-4 in the East. That's 5-9.
Right. Then they play at Jacksonville. That would give them an over if they could get that. But I mean, those rosters are similar to me, David.
And here's the irony that I found in what Antwan had to say and giving us just a quick, cheat sheet scouting report. He thinks the Jets have a good offensive line now. How ironic is that?
All the resources they had spent that are no longer there that they drafted on the offensive line.
But also when they had so much more around the offensive line in past years, but the line was holding the team back. And now the strength of the offensive unit, because they really have 1 running back and 1 wide receiver.
Right.
And we don't even know if they have a quarterback. So the strength of the offense could be the line. Boy,
Well, that's why I brought up Breece Hall. I mean, he has to have if they're going to have any success,
yes,
Hall's going to be a big part of what they do.
I agree. He needs to have a Josh Jacobs type year, in my opinion. He's got to be like a 1,300-yard guy for them to go over. So
Because you're right on offense. There's not a whole lot there.
No.
I mean, you got Wilson behind him. Is Lazard still there?
Well, but even still,
but he,
right.
I know they picked up Reynolds from Detroit. He was a 3 or 4 there. I mean, there's not a lot in the receivers.
No. So, boy, that 5.5, that's the number too. Because when you're thinking Jets, aren't you thinking either 6-11 or 5-12?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And don't you feel right now as we're talking, Dolphin fan kind of cringing and getting themselves in the fetal position going, did he just say we're going to lose to the Jets?
Well, I wonder if they're feeling that or if they're angry with us. And they're like, come on, you got to be kidding me. Okay, we had 4 straight winning seasons, and then we went 8-9, and you think we're in the same sentence as the Jets? You guys are blankety blank. That's what I wonder. Or does Dolphin have the impending feeling of doom that we have and that they're headed in the wrong direction and it's going to implode?
I just think so much has to go right for the Miami Dolphins this year. To even get to 9-8, I think so much has to go right. They do have on paper what looks to be a really good pass rush. That's a hell of a start. but their corners are bad. I don't think their linebackers are good. I don't like their running game, and I don't like their offensive line. Other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln?
By the way, do you sign Christian Wilkins? Sign him to like a veteran minimum deal? Okay. With some option years at decent money? I mean, how healthy is he? I mean, he's going to have to pass a physical for whichever team he signs with. So you'll find out in a workout, won't you?
Really quickly.
But
and if I'm Wilkins, I wouldn't go to Miami. If he's healthy, there are going to be teams that are going to want his services. A lot of teams. There aren't a bunch of D tackles lying around out there you can pick up in late July.
I hear you. And when healthy, he's, one of the 10 best at his position. But when healthy is a big comma, when healthy, comma.
Miller and Moulton. Poll questions up. It's about 80s icons. Which, in your opinion, was the biggest? Madonna, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, Hulk Hogan. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Mike Westhoff coming up next hour. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Coffin ball. I think Hendrickson's going to get signed. I don't know Henderson who you're talking about. I think you mean Hendrickson, but
Did you see our boy Frankie Sapp in there with WD'd?
did you see he shot 78 but didn't post it? Made a quad on the second hole.
I saw it posted yesterday, and then the WD was today.
Gotcha.
I saw +7, so I'm guessing he may have been injured, but who knows?
Yeah,
And he started on the back from the looks of the way it was. He shot 37 on the back, bogeyed the last hole, and then an 8 on the second. But I think that was his 11th. I think. I don't know.
I've got Ohio State by 2.5. Puck virtue, but it's early.
And they don't have it on the Hard Rock app right now for whatever reason. And I don't know why. So I can't help you there.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Darn right it's a Football Friday. We got Jeff Cameron, Antwan Staley, Mike Westhoff, and Joe Theismann on the show. Westhoff in about 35 minutes, Theismann in an hour. Final Friday of July. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. 34 days away from that big Thursday heading into Labor Day weekend. We think that's the kickoff to the college football season with 16 games on the docket. 41 days away from the Eagles hosting the Cowboys. 42 days away from the Chiefs and the Chargers in Brazil. So there you have it. Everybody's in camp. We've had injuries. We've had retirements. We've had guys getting released and lawyers and unions involved. I mean, it's been a lively first full week of training camp. That is for sure. And it's been a lively week with iconic people passing away or people that represent iconic shows. Malcolm Jamal Warner, Ozzy Osbourne, and yesterday, Hulk Hogan, who makes it into a poll question. Who do you believe was the biggest icon of the 80s? The Michaels, Jordan or Jackson, Madonna, or the Hulkster? All of them huge. Huge. Now, you could argue Jordan was bigger in the 90s than the 80s,
Yes, you could.
but they were all huge. No getting around it.
Michael Jackson running away with the vote right now for what it's worth.
Oh,
Running away with it.
Glad people
59% of the vote.
Glad people of our age remember just how big he was.
I may, you every time you do this to me, we bring up Michael Jackson, you go off the wall.
Yeah.
And it will probably have me listening to that album today.
But see, there's nothing wrong with that. I feel when I do it, I'm doing it intentionally, and I'm doing it as a bit of a service to you, my friend, because it's awesome and you know it. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
And you start listening to it and you're like, man, how come I don't listen to this except when David goads me into it?
Well, I think there's a lot of us that just don't listen to him anymore, period.
I understand.
And you and I have always tried to make the distinction, whether it's an athlete, an actor, or a musician, appreciate what they do in their craft and don't worry about the rest of the noise. But with Michael Jackson's a little harder than others.
Oh, there's no doubt. And you could come to your own conclusion about who he ultimately ended up being and what have you. But the music of the 80s is astoundingly good. It's great. I hate to use the word great. The music he produced in the 80s was just flat out great. There's no getting around that.
No, I mean, Thriller and that video and the age that I was when it came out, how big that was, it just, my son asked me yesterday, he called me, he goes, appointment television. He goes, what's the last show? And I'm like, he's like, will there ever be that again? I'm like, no, appointment television's gone. Live sports, it's there.
Yeah.
But there'll never be another show that will be appointment TV. I think Games of Thrones was probably the last one. Many say The Sopranos, but I think Games of Thrones, by the end, people were very into that show. And I remember watching it, basically, binging on that show to try to catch it for the last episode.
So, I don't do this very often. So I think it was the first time that, and I've only been in his house twice, but the first time that I was lucky enough to be over Aikman's house. And I asked him, I said, could you take me to your office, where the really good stuff's out of the way. And so he did, and there are the 3 Lombardi trophies, and there's a, bust of, Hall of Fame and a few other items. A gift from Bush 43. Okay, that's right there displayed and what have you. Okay. And there's a couple of pictures from his career, nothing crazy. And one of them was from their first Super Bowl win. And that against the Bills, the blowout. And I go, yeah, you were MVP of that, weren't you? He said, yeah. And so I started asking him questions, about some of the things he remembered. And then he turned and I said, I was at that game. He said, really? I said, yeah. He goes, well, what do you remember from it? And I go, Michael Jackson was the halftime. He just looked at me and I go, hey, man, you guys hadn't won anything yet. He was Michael Jackson. Okay. I mean, that's that. I was thrilled to be going to the game and the whole deal, but I knew I was going to get 15 minutes of Michael. Okay, the Bills Cowboys, I had no idea what I was going to get, but I knew I was getting Michael Jackson at halftime. He just looked at me kind of like, I don't think it's too late to replace this guy.
Honesty will always get you in trouble, David. It always will. Honest to a fault. That is one of the things about Miller and Moulton that's gotten them in trouble over the years.
And I just kind of looked at him kind of like, listen, you're a BFD, particularly here in Dallas. That's Michael Jackson. Okay? That was the end of the tour of the office, by the way.
No kidding.
Yeah, time to get back to the living room with everybody else. Right?
No kidding. I'm shocked there.
I don't think I've been back in the office since. Anyway, go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up for our fantasy football summit. It's in 2.5 weeks. Seating can be limited. I mean, we can also expand it, but we'd like to get an idea as to how many of you are going to be there. millerandmoulton.com. It's Tuesday, August 12th. Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe, the Bell Tower Shops in Fort Myers. Dr. Roto dinner and the best fantasy football tutorial that you could possibly get, and a cheat sheet that you can use for your draft and then for your season.
And it is a cheat sheet, but it's a cheat sheet explained. One of the things that Doc Roto does is he goes through all of the position groups. And if he has a guy, because there are plenty of different cheat sheets out there, Doc's had a pretty good track record of being ahead of the curve.
Yes.
He was the guy a few years back that said, draft this Mahomes guy. That was the first summit that we did.
That's right.
When he said, go get Mahomes. And it was before Patrick Mahomes was Patrick Mahomes.
All right. He played one game. Right. And he said, going to be a star. He said, he's my number one pick, okay, in my fantasy draft. And people just kind of looked at him funny. And he said, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, I'm all in. And he said, double him up with this guy. And seriously. And needless to say, Roto did pretty well that year.
Well, and last year he told everybody, and, he gets into philosophies on drafting. And one of the things that I've always been in lockstep with him on is when I've drafted, I don't draft quarterbacks early. I'm not a big, I'll wait till everybody else gets a quarterback before I get one. And he basically said with that philosophy last year, if you're going to do that, wait till like round 8 or 9 and get Jaden Daniels. And someone texted the show reminding me of that this week and said, I did that and got laughed out of the room at my fantasy draft. I had the last laugh. I won my league. So no one wants to hear necessarily about your fantasy team, but the philosophies, and not to mention just a standpoint of a good football talk. One of the things that I impressed upon David as we're now entering our 20th year together, yesterday was our 19th anniversary show, is that if you listen to these fantasy shows, and I do on Sunday morning, I'm more apt to watch a fantasy show than a pregame show because they get into matchups and why certain players can take advantage of other players, and this guy's going to have a good day. Well, that's strategy. That's not just fantasy football. That's actually, to me, more detailed than what we're getting on the network talking head shows.
So millerandmoulton.com, sign up. Okay. We think it's a pretty cool little thing we put together, and it benefits you. It does not benefit us. Hardly at all. But we love seeing you and making a night of it and having fun and shooting the bull. And we learn a few things as well. millerandmoulton.com. So are you surprised that the president issued his executive order, which really has to be filled in? I mean, it's nothing more than at the top of the page, fix college athletics, and at the bottom of the page, my signature. The devil's in the details, and it hasn't been worked out. He's given them an outline. He said, I would want it to be, cover this, and this. Ultimate goal being this, and this. Now go to work. But, it's one thing to throw out a trial balloon or two, which every president does.
And that's the sense where I'm surprised, because he threw it out and there wasn't backlash, but there wasn't this overwhelming support saying the president needs to do this.
Right.
And I thought after he kind of threw it out there and there was a lot of nothing, that he would just let it slide. But he's decided that fixing college athletics is part of what he needs to do. I don't know how much, if anything, this will fix, because anything that goes against the athlete right now, and I don't know if this ultimately will, they've sued. Every time they've sued, they've won. So what is it that this executive order is trying to accomplish? If it's trying to eliminate pay for play, there's been a lot done this week by governors passing laws and different states passing laws that kids can get whatever they want in the NIL world. I don't know what this accomplishes, David. I really don't.
Well, it will become the quote law of the land, though. Now, you're right. There's 6 attorney generals who weren't happy with the College Sports Commission and what they had to say out loud earlier in the week. I can't imagine they're going to be thrilled about this executive order and the final products we're going to get, because it is in some way going to limit how much money the athletes can make. It's also going to insist that they never be allowed to be, quote, employees, unquote.
Which means they'll never be able to collectively bargain.
Right.
And David, I don't know what side that benefits more, because you and I are convinced that they need some sort of a cap, and without making them employees, that will never happen.
One of the more interesting things that President Trump, apparently in his outline, said is that he wants the number of scholarships for an athletic department tied to what their revenue is. Interesting.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Irish, I know that I'm stupid, and you're obviously the smartest person in the chat room, but he was either 4th or 5th in fantasy points last year.
I was
4th or 5th. I looked up 2 different rankings. I've got him right in front of me. He was 4th on 1, behind Burrow, Allen, and Lamar. He was 5th, depending on how your points go. According to the other site I'm on, Baker Mayfield was ahead of him. He was ahead of Baker by 1 in one listing. He was behind him in the other. Again, I know you're smarter than I am, and I'm just a dumbass that's somehow allowed to be on the radio for 4 hours every day. But you're dead wrong. Again, like you are all the effing time.
I mean,
just shut up.
I don't do fantasy, but I just looked up 2.
Yeah.
After you posted that, he was 4th in 1, and the lowest I've seen him, QB6 is the lowest, and they figured it out in a certain formula. But
Roto's stupid. I'm stupid. You're smart because he only asks you questions. He only cares about your opinion, and it's only about Notre Dame. Good God, man. Then I know you're going to come back. What did you say? Because I wasn't paying attention.
He's a consensus, isn't he? A consensus like top 5 pick
amongst quarterbacks this year?
Oh, yeah.
No, it could backfire and could get
Right.
hurt.
He could
know,
go.
could-
It could
He
always
could
go back.
regress, but
Yeah, tier 1 quarterbacks I'm seeing for this year are Allen, Lamar, Daniels, and Hurts. Saw a stat yesterday or this morning rather, that Greg Cosell pointed out that Mahomes had the worst completion percentage for throws over 20 yards. He was 26% completion percentage in throws past 20 yards.
well, I don't know how open his receivers were because
I got you.
Kelsey averaged 7 yards a catch. So, but the Houston Texans decided not to cover him in a playoff game. That was
Irish, I know I'm immature. I'm stupid. I'm all those things. I really am. You're the best. I'm the worst. And I know you get off on it. And I know it makes you happy. I see what with Irish, you attack me every goddamn day, dude. Every day. Every single day. It's old, man. It's really old. If you hate me that much, don't listen to the goddamn show.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Longtime friend of the show, Mike Westhoff. It sounds like he's really retired. He retired once. The league, Sean Payton, pulled him back in. But he stepped away last year and looks as if he's staying away. But he's not staying away from Miller and Moulton. Mark tracked him down. He'll be on the show in 15 minutes' time. We'll tell some training camp stories. And Joe Theismann to talk about the Commanders. Exciting times for the franchise. And also get his thoughts about, hey, what if they end up playing games again on your old stomping grounds? His thoughts on that. Joe Theismann in about 40 minutes' time. Miller and Moulton.
So there's a lot of reports coming out, David. We talked about this yesterday. The Cleveland Browns unveiling of their alternative helmet.
Right.
There are a lot of people saying it was staged. That the like it's kind of leaked out. And it didn't look staged. If it was and they trolled everybody to get them to talk about their helmet release, well, then I guess it worked. I don't know if it's an effective troll to make yourself look stupid so people talk about you, but you know, the old adage, any publicity is good publicity. Okay.
I know there were a lot of comments in our Twitch and YouTube chat rooms in which they thought it was staged. And we were like, wow, well then if that's true, it fooled Miller and Moulton, because we thought that they just screwed it up. But, they have gotten a lot of publicity out of it. And you tell me, Mark, is there such thing as bad publicity for a franchise? I think there is, when you don't need to sell tickets. I mean, that's the other thing. They're sold out. I mean, this is their third jersey, right? That was the announcement, their third jersey?
Third helmet. Yes.
Helmet, sorry.
Helmet, yes.
So, I mean, I have to admit, if I was in that meeting room and somebody goes, hey, let's stage, I'd be like, what the are you thinking? We're going to stage something? No, we're going to just unveil the damn helmet. People are going to like it. They're not going to like it. It's a creative way to do it, I guess. But, well, okay, let's do it on a barge or what. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess. Sure. I don't care how we do it, but we ain't staging anything. But that's me.
And the hype over the alternate jersey is something. You and I have never been jersey guys.
No.
We like when Penn State plays Alabama.
Yes. You know why? Because you take one glance at the television and Penn State's playing Alabama.
You remember when Rich Rod had the Michigan job? And I'm not doing this to get Michigan fan upset. I'm not. Because there is no more iconic helmet in the sport, pro or college, than the Michigan helmet. There isn't. You put that up, everybody knows who that is. And do you remember that? Didn't he take the stripes off the helmet like in practice and guys had to earn them or something like that? What? That's why you're at Michigan. That helmet is Michigan.
Well, I don't understand it when Ohio State wears a helmet that's not the Buckeyes, on the side of
right.
Gray, silver, whatever you call it. Okay, it's gray, I know. But I just don't understand it. I'm like, wait a minute. You have one of the, if you argue Michigan's the most iconic helmet in the sport, to me, the Ohio State helmet with the Buckeyes on the side of the gray, and who's really good based on the number of Buckeyes they have on the helmet. Okay. Although I have to think, too many young players have too many Buckeyes on their helmet for me. I mean, I remember, back in the day when, you had to be a junior and senior to have the whole helmet covered with Buckeyes. I mean, you had to really earn those Buckeyes. It seems as if they want to cover up the gray as much as possible. I'd actually use it as motivation. No, man, you only get one Buckeye. Well, I got the whole side of my helmet. Yeah, you got to earn it. But I just can't understand when they don't wear those helmets. Never understood. Remember when Florida, they had the long winning streak. They won the 2008 national title. They're 12-0 in the regular season, and they come out with the big F against Alabama in the SEC title game. And we text one another. You were home watching it.
We were texting you in the booth going, what the hell is going on?
I know. And you text me and you said, well, Florida's going to lose. And I went, yeah, they are. What the hell? Okay. It's just, what are they doing? Listen, there are a lot of Patriot fans that were convinced that when they saw Belichick in the brand new red hoodie, when they were 18-0 taking on the Giants, and he always had a gray or blue hoodie, and usually it was worn, and the cutoff sleeves and the whole deal. And instead, Belichick wore a brand new hoodie, okay, and it was red as the primary color. And I remember a lot of Patriot fans after the game going, man, I knew something bad was going to happen when it started with the damn hoodie. What was he doing?
By the way, not to steal from Pardon My Take, who does the Rushmore thing every day, what would be the Rushmore of college football helmets? I mean, Michigan's on it to me. Notre Dame would be on it to me. I know you love the Ohio State helmet. I think USC might make my list.
Well, see, if you put the Notre Dame helmet on, then, the Alabama and Penn State helmet should have pretty close to the same appeal, because they're pretty plain helmets. In Alabama's case, they put the number on the side, or at least they've gone through phases when they did and they didn't and what have you. But,
I would say Bama out of the SEC. I would put that as number one. I would Michigan to me is where it starts. And trust me, that comes from a guy that doesn't like Michigan. But I think it starts there.
well, and you mentioned Notre Dame, and you don't like them either. So
No, but come on, the Golden Domers. I mean,
well, to me, it was the greatest thing, besides the winning that Nick Saban did at Alabama, in which Nick Saban just said, and every time they'd come to him, he'd go, guys, we're going to wear 2 uniforms. Okay. It's going to be red with white stripes or white with red stripes. Okay. That's what we're wearing. We're Alabama. Okay. Take that idea. If you come in my office again, I swear I can not only fire you, I could make it so that you're not allowed to go south of Missouri. Okay. Get out of here.
so I just, 21,000 is a text line. Your thoughts on your favorite college football helmets? Just something that just kind of hit me.
Yeah, the Longhorn helmet's interesting. Does that make the list? The Texas helmet?
It wouldn't. Oklahoma would make it before the Texas helmet to me.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
And I just think because of the, there was a while that Texas wasn't there. It was all Oklahoma was always there, whether they were playing Nebraska or whether they were playing Texas. There's just so much, and I think it's maybe more of my childhood seeing Oklahoma so much that sticks in my head.
Do you remember when Oklahoma played Nebraska?
I do.
You remember those days?
I do, David.
That was a big game. Okay, that was the game, in fact. Okay, it was a strange conference. I don't know if you ever heard of it. It was the Big 8. Okay, it was the game of the year. It became the Big 12. I don't know if either of those schools are still in that conference. I'd have to check it out.
Miller and Moulton. David having a little fun this morning as we've turned this Friday, which is the last Friday that we will not have football on the weekend for a long, long time because the Hall of Fame game is next week. So we'll get rolling with preseason games for those that need helmets and shoulder pads. And we are just mere weeks away from the start of the college football season. One of the great friends of the show with great stories, Mike Westhoff, to talk training camp. He's next on Miller and Moulton.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Sonny, I will say when USC and UCLA play in the Rose Bowl, I think it's the best looking game of the year. Because they can both wear their best jersey. And they look great.
Wow. I didn't see it. I'm just reading it. Thing that was reposted. Apparently, Feinbaum said it's an absolute disgrace. I think it's just idiotic about Memphis not being accepted in the Big 12. Feinbaum's take. It's an absolute disgrace. There was more, ... I just think it's idiotic. But then again, Brent Yormark is really a failed commissioner. I couldn't disagree with that more.
Yeah, I couldn't either.
Saved the damn conference. I mean...
Totally outmaneuvered the Pac-12, and
Right.
I'd argue to some extent he's outmaneuvered the ACC. I do think he's making a mistake, though, not wanting the 4-4-2-2-1-1. Because there are 3 programs in the ACC today that have won national championships, in the last quarter century. Is there a program in the Big 12 that has won a national championship in the last quarter century? And the joke, of course, is if you say UCF. That'd be funny, be cute. But it's the one. I think Brett's got a solid. He's obviously got a great basketball conference. It's terrific in a lot of other sports, but he doesn't have a lot of top 15 football programs. He's got a lot of top 30 programs, and I think he's vulnerable come the playoff.
I agree.
I think you're right, Irish football.
Just a happy man right there.
Is he in the Cape?
I didn't even ask. I think so.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It's a pleasure to welcome back Mike Westhoff. Long time, 40 plus years, a coach in the NFL. He's retired now. Are you retired, Mike? How's your health? Are you done?
Yeah, I definitely am retired. Yes, I absolutely am.
How's your health?
Say it again.
How's your health? Because you walked away last November for health reasons. A lot of people like you and want to know how you're feeling.
Yeah, I actually, you're a little bit hard to hear for some reason. It was great a minute ago. Now it's a little difficult. Yeah, it was absolutely health reasons. I had an incident during a meeting, kind of a cloud formed, and I couldn't see out of one of my eyes. And it lasted a little while. I did a million tests. They were very thorough. And it ended up with an MRI that showed I have a blood vessel in my brain that's got a little tiny bump. It's not the end of the world. Nothing you really do about it, but you don't need the stress to aggravate it. And so I had to be a little careful with that. I get checked out and I'm doing great. But it was enough. It was a point that was enough, and it was highly recommended by a number of doctors that's enough for me. And I coached 700 games, so I feel pretty fortunate. But enough was enough, and I'm happy to be where I am.
What's the biggest difference between when you started in training camps? And I mean, just the practice. I know that you used to do 3-a-days in Miami. I get all that. But from a player standpoint, what's the biggest difference to you from your first training camp to training camp last year, if you know what I mean?
It's not even, it's in a different league. It's not even the same. I mean, when I first started training camp in 1982 with the Baltimore Colts, we practiced. It was like you practiced all day. You had 2 practices, maybe a walkthrough, sometimes a third, but always 2. You were in pads almost every single time. Occasionally you might go in shorts, but and it was so very physical and it just was very different. It's much longer. We played 4 preseason games. I remember a lot of times we played 5. And it was just different. Now, a lot of the veterans, they practice and they'll only be involved in so many plays really in practice. They don't play hardly at all in the preseason. And unless you go and practice against another team, which nearly everybody does, because that's probably how you get the most out of everybody and become the most competitive and yet controlled situation. That's pretty good. But it's just very, very, very different. And the players have not experienced anything like we did back then. Does that make it better, worse? I don't know. I think there's probably a middle ground there somewhere between the two of them. I like the fact that we did just a little bit more than what we did lately.
What's, if there is one, a similarity between Don Shula and Sean Payton?
I'm not the biggest Sean Payton fan right now, to be honest with you. I'll just be honest. He and I had a little disagreement when I left. I left for a very specific reason, and he had a tough time absorbing that. He didn't quite understand that. And it ended up being very, it was a little bit of a contest. It was a little difficult for me. But to be honest and to put that aside, they're both very good teachers on the field. I think Don Shula is in a world of his own with his grasp of the entire game. I think he called the game above most everybody else that I'm aware of. Although Sean is a very good offensive teacher, but it takes time. His system is very complex and a little bit wordy. And I looked at a play last year one time I was reading on the computer, and a play had 23 words. 23 words. That's only preamble to the Constitution only has 25. I was feeling a little bit smart. That was a little bit. I just don't believe in that. That drove me crazy. So I think there are some similarities, but I'm a big Don Shula fan. I mean, I just think that in so many ways he was first and nobody was second.
Just curious then, with all the wordiness of the play calls with the Broncos and Bo Nix having a tremendous rookie season, how much more do you think that young man can grow in year 2 based on what you witnessed last year?
Oh, he'll be. He's a talented guy, and he works very hard. Don't get me wrong. I'm not really. The offense has been very productive. Of course, mostly productive with Drew Brees, but it does take a little bit of time to absorb the way they do it. But it's good. There's a lot of good things. Don't get me wrong. I'm not being overly critical of that. But I think Bo Nix will be just fine. He's developed. There's some things in the pocket where movement occasionally, he gets his footwork a little bit awry, and that causes him some issues. I think it'll be interesting how people will play him. I would play him very specifically. I would go back to Rex Ryan. I thought sometimes when Rex did his very best, if I were going to play him, I would show lots of different looks, of course, but predominantly I would show a very heavy look type that we're going to really come after him with a blitz. I would show that. And then from that very look, drop back, play 2 deep, 5 under man or zone, and play a very simple coverage and things. But then also from that look, I'd bring the house. I'd bring everybody, and I'd see how he could handle that. I think that would, if I were going to play him, I think I could give him a little bit of a problem with that. But he's athletic. He can run. He runs better than you think. He can run well, and that helps him out. I think what'll be interesting is, will they develop their running game at all? Sean has not really been a big running game guy, and a lot of ways that's just not really been his strength. And we were not at all when I was there. We just didn't run the ball very well. I think that'll be a challenge to see how they do that, or teams will adjust. They'll play them a little bit differently, because everybody in the NFL, they're pretty good now. They know how to coach. So it'll be a challenge. But he is talented. He works hard, and he's got some pretty good receivers. They don't have great receiver speed, but they've got big guys who can catch the ball. Can they get a tight end? I don't know. I haven't seen one, and we'll find out.
Mike Westhoff, over 40 years, an assistant in the NFL, over 700 games he was a part of. Kind enough to join us once again on Miller and Moulton here on the American Paint Supplies Hotline. Did you like training camp?
That's a really good question. Wow. To tell you the truth, I think in most of my career, I'd have to say yes. Yes, I did. There were times when it was difficult for anybody to like. I remember when I first started, oh my gosh, you'd be dead. But once you get into it, I kind of enjoyed it. I liked it. I really did. I liked the challenges. I loved when we went against other teams. Oh, I used to love that. Because I would really go after it. And to me, that's why I didn't have too many friends in the NFL, because the guys I'd go against, I tried to kill them, and everybody thought I was kind of arrogant and that type of thing. I didn't care. I was trying to beat the hell out of it, and we did. So it was really fun. A lot of times it was fun for me. I like the young kids. I really enjoyed my career working with those young guys and seeing them develop and letting them know unequivocally that, in this game, the grown men play on Sunday now. That game you played last year on Saturday, that's a little different football game than these guys play, because the hitting can be so intense. And I did like a little bit of that physical play. It's diminished some over time, but overall, I looked forward to it. I did. I liked the schedule. The schedule wasn't, terrible. It can get terrible sometimes, but most of the places where coaches were pretty smart with how we handled it.
We talked a little bit last night, Mike, and you said you're going to a couple of training camps and coaches want you to talk to their players. What advice is it that you give to those players? I saw a thing where the guys at New York called me, and I guess some of the media up there had that I was going to come up to coach or something. I am not going anywhere to coach. I am not. I'm going to go up to Washington. A lot of their coaches, Dan Quinn and Larry Izzo's on that staff, and Wes Welker, they're all my buddies. So I'm going up there to visit their I'll take my 3 grandsons
to the practice. That'll really be fun. We'll be there Sunday. And then I'm going to talk with their young kids about special teams in the National Football League and the idea of figuring it out. It's different. Figure it out. Everybody has to play. And the good teams that I were on, we were good at special teams. We were good. We helped win the game. What do you get? And now with that new rule, the new kickoff, the way they're going to do it, if the touchback comes out to the 35, you'll see more returns than you've seen in a long time. Personally, I'm in favor of that. I don't really like everybody being together in a pile. I think it's kind of rinky-dink, but it is what it is. But you're going to see more plays. So you're going to have to run and cover, and you're going to have to block. And I love that. So, and I'll talk a little bit about those types of things. And then I'm going to New York with the Jets, and that'll be fun for me because I loved my time up there. And we were good. We were in the playoffs. It was like 60% of the time. And I can stand in front of that group and very easily let them know that the last time I stood in front of this room, this group, mine, we were first in the league. Oh, and by the way, we played in back-to-back AFC championships. Now, I won't tell them, but that's the last time that ever happened. They haven't done that since I left. So I won't throw that at them. But I'm looking forward to it because I loved it there. I had a ball. I liked the guys. I liked the players. I'll also look at that room and let them know that in these seats, when I was here, we had nine different players that led the NFL in returns. 9. Nobody ever do that in history. And I'm extremely proud of that. And I had a ball up there. I loved it. And I liked our team, especially when Rex was there and we put together that group. We had a heck of a football team. So for me, it'll be a little bit of fun, and it'd be fun to talk about it and to let those guys know how important it is and just to enjoy it. Enjoy being part of it and what a great challenge it is. I remember when I was at Denver and I talked about some of these things I came in, I think they were ranked 31st. And about halfway through the year, first year I was there, we were leading the league. We were first. We were leading the league. I remember one of the players came up to me, a young kid, and he said, "Coach," he said, "I kind of like this." He said, "Right now we're like ranked first in the league." He said, "I go in the cafeteria." He said, "I feel like a whole different person." He said, "I used to kind of hide." He said, "Now I walk in like I own the place." I said, "Thank you. That's the way you're supposed to feel." So, I'll try to convey a little bit of that. And I love working with those young guys. I like seeing them. They're not the number one pick. They're not going to be the highest paid, but they can have a great, great career and a lot of fun and excitement and be a valuable and very vulnerable, valuable contributor, very valuable.
Mike, we got about 3 minutes left, and I asked this question, okay, affectionately, but honestly. You are a very confident person. So are most athletes. I'm curious, are the players as confident as you were?
No, most of them absolutely were not. But the key is, did I develop it? Did I develop that confidence in them and help them get it? And the ones that did, oh my goodness gracious, were they good? And they loved it. And they knew that. It took a little time, and I had to nurture it. And sometimes I have to, be a little tough on them, which I'm not afraid to be. I can be very, very, very tough on guys. But when they got it, oh my goodness. And then they knew they were good. And they felt it and they believed it. And, they would be leading the league in starting field position, not having penalties, not making a mental error. Those are all things that I constantly drilled. And when you get it, there's nothing like it. There's not. Did they start there? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They a lot of them come in, they don't know. They're scared to death. But all of a sudden, oh, goodness gracious, they get it. And that's really fun.
How much harder was that later in your career due to the limited amount of practice time?
Good question. You guys should get your own show. You guys. You really are. No, it's interesting because it's hard to develop. It's a good point. It's a valid point. A lot of times, I remember with Coach Shula, it felt like the way we practiced, it was so thorough that when you left his practice field, you were ready to go. You were ready to step right on the game field. That was his goal, and he did it great. A great job of it. And I kind of learned a lot of that from Don. That's where I got how I tried to teach it. And so it does take some time, and you have to make sure that you practice it diligently. To me, everything counts. Every play counts. I never had. You had a half-ass play. You'd better be looking to get off the field because I'd be throwing something or screaming. I'd be having a fit. But it's a good point, and it's not easy without really diligent practice. You have to have that.
Mike, you've been very good to us for a long time. Great catching up. All the best. Safe travels to you and your family. Enjoy DC. Enjoy the Jets. By the way, Mike, they haven't made the playoffs since you were last there, okay? Haven't made the playoffs. Just keep that in mind.
I know.
Mike
I know.
Westhoff.
I was there. I loved it. I was there. And
years.
it was good, and we were a good football team.
Yes, you
I
were.
think they're going to be fine. Aaron Glenn's he was a good player. I think he's a good coach. He'll do a good job. I kind of like that hire. And of course, they hired my guy, just coach special teams, Chris Banjo. He coached for me and played for me. He'll do a good job. So I think they've got, I think they're going to do it right. I'm anxious to see, and I'm just a big fan, but I'm going to really be a big fan of theirs. So I'm rooting for them.
He's Mike Westhoff. We're Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for
It's
details.
time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th, is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, was your comment that the Big 12, like the current Big 12 team, that's the last national champion, or just the last Big 12 national
No,
champion?
the current Big 12 team.
Yeah, that's right.
And so it's
Because Nebraska had a bunch in the 90s, and Texas had one,
right. They had one
and
in
Oklahoma and
Oklahoma,
Texas,
but
and-
it's Colorado in 90 when they shared it with Georgia Tech. Oh, see, Irish, he didn't say anything bad about Nick's. Okay, he just said at times his footwork gets a little sloppy. I think that's pretty honest. And he admitted his beef with Sean, but he worked with him twice. I mean, he likes Sean. He respects him as a coach. And he didn't say anything that was inaccurate. I mean, Sean's offense is more throwing the ball than running the ball. I mean, your two leading running backs last year barely had 1,000 yards total. I mean, the running game was not good enough last year. Nick's was almost the leading rusher on the team. But, Harvey, if Dobbins can stay healthy. Was part of an interview, Irish, with Mark Schlereth on NFL radio, in which Schlereth said, that offensive line's got to move people better. Was not a good run blocking offensive line. He's a pretty good authority on that. So we'll see.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton, the final hour of our show and of our week in the 239 and the 904. And it's been a fun week, although, boy, we have suffered a lot of loss, haven't we? Make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit. It's Tuesday, August 12th. Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe, Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers, Dr. Roto Dinner, and you. And the only way to sign up is at millerandmoulton.com. Hope to see you then. He's been very good to us over the years, and we're thrilled that he's given us a few minutes of his time on this Friday morning. He is Joe Theismann, College Football Hall of Famer, former NFL MVP, Super Bowl champion in the Redskins/Commanders Ring of Fame. And you can follow Joe on X at Theismann, the number 7, Theismann7. Joe, we mean it. Thanks so much for your time. David and Mark here. Listen, before we get to the Commanders in D.C., you sent out a post about Hulk Hogan. Were you friends? How often did you come across the Hulkster?
Not that often, but often enough that we were visited. Matter of fact, I saw him just about 3-4 months ago down in Tampa. I opened gaming down there, and I saw Hulk, and we had a chance to visit. And he's just an incredible human being. He really, really was. You hate to use that term "was," but he was. He was a friend. Didn't see a lot of them, but still we saw each other over periods of time through the course of our lives. And I'm a huge wrestling fan anyway, and to be able to meet him, and I still think one of the greatest feats in all of sports was when he lifted Andre the Giant up and slammed him to the ground. I mean, it's things that just are emblazoned in your mind of in the world of sports, in my mind. But an incredible human being. There's the persona of Hulk Hogan, and then there's Terry, and I got to know both of them.
I'm just curious, how much did the wrestling world, and I don't mean like guys emulated, but you said you were a fan. How much did wrestling get in the locker room? Did guys talk about it? Was it a part of your life, if you know what I mean?
No, not really. It's when I was growing up, it really was in its infinitesimal stages. And it really did every now and then guys would reference, a shot on the practice field, and you'd reference a wrestling move or something like that, but not a whole lot.
Listen, in Miami, we've been asking people for 25 plus years about, hey, is this guy the guy to replace number 13? They've been trying to replace number 7 for 40 years. A couple of quarterbacks have had 1 or 2 good years. What do you think of this guy?
I think he's real. Jaden is real. And I've always said this, the quarterback position is the single most dependent position on the field. You rely on so many other people to do their job so that you can do yours. Doesn't matter how good you throw the football, but somebody's got to catch it. Doesn't matter how quick you are, but somebody's got to block the people up front. Doesn't matter what the score is at the end of the game. If a kicker misses a kick, you don't wind up with a W. There's so many dependencies that revolve around that position. And Jaden has rare athletic ability, the ability to throw the ball down the field better than anybody I've seen in 20 plus years, 40 years actually. There's been like 43 different starting quarterbacks in Washington since 1985 when I got hurt. But I think he's absolutely for real. Has a great work ethic, respected by his teammates. And that's the word that you really shoot for, I think, in every profession, is you want to be respected. Because you're not going to be liked by everybody because you have so many personalities in a locker room. But if you're respected by everybody, you got a chance to win a lot of football games. And he certainly is. And he's also liked on top of it.
And by all accounts, everything you said is true by all accounts, and not just that, but he owned the huddle. And talk to us, Joe, about owning the huddle, particularly as a rookie, because that's not the easiest thing to do, to command all those men to trust in you. So to me, of all the things he accomplished in his rookie year, the leadership is the biggest. What's the biggest thing he accomplished last year to you?
I think so. I think his growth in understanding the game, and Cliff Kingsbury deserves an awful lot of credit, our offensive coordinator in Washington, because he brought Jaden along in such a way that he continued to grow without really having to take a step back. The worst thing that can happen to a young quarterback is to get hurt and not have the chance to be able to play and practice every day and get better. Anthony Richardson, a classic example in Indianapolis. I don't know how good he's going to be. I don't think he's that good a thrower of the football, but we don't really know because he's never on the field. He's always been hurt. And so those are the kind of questions that come forward. But to me, his command of the huddle, his command of the game, his understanding of down and distance and field position in football. Those are all things that I saw out of him a year ago. And then he learned how to take care of himself. He looks thin, but he's very tightly wound. He's a very tight athlete. Everybody can say, "Oh, geez, he's so skinny." He's really not. I mean, Tom Brady was skinny, okay, but Jaden has the ability to be able to run, get out of bounds, slide down, do what he needs to do. His speed is faster than people think, and this will be absolutely a challenging year because I don't expect a C.J. Stroud year 2 out of Jaden Daniels. I think they've helped him with Debo being signed there, Larry Tunsil being signed there, so he's gotten help around him as well. I really love the kid a lot. I really do. I love the way he plays the game. And like I said, I think he's just continued to grow. And you brought up a very interesting point that very few people talk about. When you're a rookie quarterback, all eyes are on you, especially when you're drafted as high as Jaden was and expected to play the way he did. But it's being able to get in the huddle and call the plays without hesitation. That's where the confidence comes from. When you step in that huddle and you call a play, the guys have to believe. They have to believe that you know what you're doing. They have to believe that you understand the play. You can't get in the huddle and start fumbling over words. So communication is so vitally important to that respect aspect of being a young quarterback.
It looks as if everything is lining up and the Commanders are going to be playing back on the site that used to be RFK Stadium. Was your home for 12 years. It's a place, obviously, it's got to be special to you. And now you've been a fan for 40 years. Can you put it into words what it will mean when the Redskins / Commanders can go back home?
It's funny. People always say you can never go home again. That's not true, because it really is home. It's home for so many fans in Washington. It was home for all of us that played as the Washington Redskins. I remember the drive. The funny part, we used to stay at the Marriott out at the Dulles Airport. And in the morning, I would drive to the game with Mark Mosley and Dave Butts. Dave would drive a van. Mark would sit in the passenger seat. And I would lay down in the back of the van. I'd have my People magazine next to me and my game plan and just sort of go back and forth and doze off on the way. But the funny part is the drive down the GW Parkway from Virginia down to the stadium, Dave Butts, we'd be driving along, and all of a sudden you'd hear Dave go, "Yeah, what the heck's going on?" Dave used to run over roadkill. Look for roadkill on the way down the drive. And when he ran over something big, it meant he'd have a really good game. If he ran over something small, he'd have, it sounds sick, but that's the way we are. We're all athletes, got our crazy things. But Dave used to look for roadkill to run over going down. And it's one of the memories I have headed for RFK. And of course, laying there on that field the night my leg was broken, looking up at that big Longines clock at the end of the stadium that was 10:04 p.m. That's another memory that lives in my life. And, people have said, that's such a tragedy that you got hurt. No, actually it was a blessing. I had started down a path of thinking that I was really special, that the team revolved around me, and I became very self-centered. And the good Lord decided it was time for me to go do other things in my life. And, there's no telling if I'd have stayed healthy, where I'd have been, what would have happened in my life. But it sure was an awakening to me that the most important thing in this world is to be able to serve others, not serve yourself. And I'm thankful for the times. The fans were absolutely off the chart. NFC Championship game, RFK Stadium against the Cowboys, brought in these aluminum seats to get seating bigger. I'm standing on the sidelines at the end of the game. People are pounding their feet. The ground beneath my feet is shaking. Because I get asked, what's the most memorable game you've ever played? And obviously the Super Bowl is one. But no, the NFC Championship game in front of our fans, playing our arch rivals for a chance to go to the Super Bowl, that was the game.
Is there a training camp memory that you have that stands out above all others?
Well, yeah, there's funny different ones. We trained in Carlisle, Pennsylvania at Dickinson College, and it was in a valley, and it was hot. I mean, we know that there's this heat dome going on up here in the Northeast, and it's just 100 degrees. We would practice. I remember getting in the locker room, and you'd be sweaty in the morning session. We actually had what would be considered two-a-days. Today they have two-a-days. They go out with a hat on and shorts. That's their first practice, and then they put on sort of pads. We put on all kinds of pads. I remember coming in after the morning session and then getting ready to go out for the afternoon session, and our pads were in a air conditioning locker room. Boy, when you put those pads on and they were cold, it was one of the best feelings you could have for a very short period of time. The other thing was George Allen was a very unique individual, and I just, he gave me a chance to be a punt returner. He gave me a chance to be a part of the football team, gave me a chance to play. But the funny part is I'll never forget one day we came off the field because there was a big thunderstorm and lightning storm coming. So George, I can still see George in his sort of burgundy rain jacket, his shorts. He goes out and he's running around the track, basically defying God to hit him. I mean, it's like it's the thunder and lightning, and we're all standing in the locker room. We're all looking at it, and there's George running around the track for his daily run. He would go out, and I'm thinking, "Wow, this man's defiant as can be." But and then of course, being in dormitories with 60, 70 guys, things get a little crazy. Okay, I can just tell you that. But it was. I love training camp. I loved it. And we had 6 weeks. We actually had 6 weeks of training camp. We played 6 preseason games. I went in almost 2 months early from our opener because, you had the rookies come in. So the quarterbacks came in with them. Then the vets came in a week. And then we started playing preseason games. The guys back when I played, the preseason was used to really get in shape. There weren't any all-season training programs the way we see them now.
Joe, as always, we appreciate you being so generous with your time. Love the stories. Have a great camp and preseason with the Commanders, and hopefully we can talk sooner than later.
Thanks for letting me have a stroll down memory lane. Take care.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Just a quick question, Jesus. Shouldn't you say dad, bless him? Just a thought. It's funny, RCB, I couldn't stand Theismann as a broadcaster. Could not stand him. And that, when we got him, I'm like, how am I going to interview a guy that I really didn't like as a broadcaster? And we finished our first interview with Joe. I looked over at David and said, he's awesome. He's absolutely awesome. He's honest. He's genuine. He's great. And that moment changed me forever about Theismann.
Did we get him for the first time over the phone, or was it a radio row?
Over the phone. He had some connections with the Fiddlesticks people, and I think he was there for the Bobby Nichols tournament that they had. And I think that's how we got him the first time. And I know it was over the phone because when we saw him at the Super Bowl, we had already had him on enough that we were friendly with him, if you will.
A Redskins / Commanders fan just texted me, and he's like, oh, my God, you can do an hour with Theismann, couldn't you? It's like, oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, David, the executive order apparently has come out.
They filled in all the blanks?
Well, hang on here. Yes, I think so. Let me just see that post I just saw. Okay, Stuart Mandel, the full Trump EO, is here, and he's got a link to it. And he just puts, most notably, it is the policy of the executive branch that third-party pay-for-play payments to collegiate athletics are improper and should not be permitted by universities.
Okay.
I mean, that, again, that's what Stuart Mandela is saying is most notably. I'll take his word for it. I don't necessarily have time to read through the whole thing here in a minute and a half. But
well, thank you, Brett and Tim, and thanks. Appreciate you all listening. Can't wait to tell Danielson that Butts story, because Gary and Dave Butts were teammates at Purdue.
and apparently Mandel tweeted that out 16 hours ago, so I don't know where he got the whole copy. But
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Listen, we build it as a Football Friday. And it was risky. I mean, after all, it is the final Friday of July. But Jeff Cameron talking a little Florida State ACC. Antwan Staley talking Justin Fields' injury in the Jets. Mike Westhoff and Joe Theismann just talking, well, all sorts of things. Training camp, how things have changed, some stories from Westhoff, who spent 40 years as an assistant coach, and Joe, who's been a broadcaster for 40 years and obviously a terrific college and NFL player for 15 plus before that. And it's funny, even though I grew up a Giants fan, Mark, I was always a Theismann fan because he was from Jersey.
well, and you had a Notre Dame thing as a kid as well. So
Right.
I
Notre
can
Dame
see
quarterback
that.
from Jersey. It was why it was difficult for me to root against Drew Pearson, because Theismann and Pearson were high school teammates in South River. Okay, so, the one's the quarterback of the Redskins, beating my team regularly. The other's the star receiver for the Cowboys, who certainly was in the 70s beating my team regularly. But, Mark, growing up in Michigan, when a guy's from near you or your hometown or what have you, you're like, I know he's on the other team and he's going to beat us, but I like him.
Yeah, it's funny. I never really had that.
Really?
The one I remember it most with, and I don't think there was ever a sniff of him going to Michigan State, but you got to remember, I'm a Michigan State guy. I was from my earliest days, because that came from both of my grandfathers. So not necessarily when guys went to Michigan, but particularly the one I remember bothered me the most for whatever reason was Jerome Bettis going to Notre Dame, the Detroit kid going to ND and being a stud.
Yeah.
Just a
Yep.
what stud.
Before he was the bus, he was really damn good.
Man, was he good.
Yep.
And when he's running over your team, you're going, son of a. But I get what you're saying.
Yep.
I get what you're saying.
Anyway, so nice to catch up with with Joe Theismann. I may be lucky enough in 3 weeks' time. Our one preseason game is the Commanders at home against the Bengals, and Joe Theismann does Commanders preseason. So, hopefully he comes by the booth. I know he's friendly with both Joe and Troy. So, I just texted him, thanked him for coming on, and said, hey, if this old looking fat guy reaches over to shake your hand, it's me.
We ran it. We've told this story before, but I don't remember which Radio Row it was at. I think it was in Tampa, David, or it was in Miami the second time. But we had just had Joe on.
Tampa.
And Joe left our booth and was walking away from our booth. And Jonathan Ogden, right? No, was it who?
Yes.
It was Jonathan Ogden, sees him. And Joe sees him, and you can tell they're very friendly. And you see it. And Ogden hugs Theismann. And Theismann disappeared.
Yes, he did.
He disappeared.
Yes. Yep. It's kind of like a big gator, small gator, in which you look and you only see one gator. And then you get up close and you go, I'll be darned. There's a whole other gator on the other side of that one. Huh.
Yeah, exactly. The biggest human I'd ever seen.
If I remember it correctly, there was that. We went and grabbed, because we had a break. We're tracking down interviews. We're not live. We taped Joe, and what have you. And so we're grabbing something. We're walking through the room. Okay. And didn't Joe, the second time to talk to Ogden, didn't he stand on a chair?
Stood on a chair. You're exactly right.
And we just thought that was the best. All right. You're so big and I'm so small compared to you. Here, so I can look you in the eyes and talk to you. Hold on a second.
I think that was also the Radio Row that Drew Brees, we didn't have him on, but walked right past where we were. I mean, 2 feet away. And that's when David and I and our producer, John, went 6 foot, huh?
All right.
Because you were basically eyeball to eyeball with him. He might have had you by a half an inch.
And I'm 5'10".
Right.
Right.
And we just looked and went 6 foot, huh?
Yeah. Looked at one another and said, I just said, no way. No way. So don't know how they measure you. Don't know if they measure with shoes on and, add an inch or whatever. But nope, that wasn't flying.
And I still don't know how he got away with it at the combines and everything else, because now, those measurements are what you stick with. I remember when I worked in minor pro hockey and I would use their, I'd look up all the guys, and most of the time their weights would be what they were in junior. Guys would come running into my office going, I don't weigh 180. You need to have me at 200 pounds. I'm like, you don't weigh 200 pounds. You need to have me at 200 pounds. They didn't want a scout from another team coming in and thinking this guy was 180.
Right.
Lie like hell about my height and weight. There's no chance to get called up at 180.
There's what's in the program and there's what's real. We're talking about the program. Got it?
Absolutely.
Right. Breeze was 6'1". Okay. That's what it said in the program. Okay. Got it. Miller and Moulton. So do we have conflicting information? Did the executive order get filled in already, or is the report you saw basically like the reports we saw last night? It's the intention of the executive order, but President Trump's college sports executive order, is it done or is it just the outline?
Well, David, what I have in front of me is the executive order from yesterday, saving college sports. And I obviously can't read it all, but it is very long. And what he put in there, Stuart Mandel tweeted out yesterday, late, not even that late yesterday, in the middle of the day yesterday, the full Trump EO is here. And he points out, most notably, it is the policy of the executive branch that third party pay-for-play payments to collegiate athletes are improper and should not be permitted by universities. I'm trying to figure out which lobbyist person, whoever is closest to President Trump in this college football circle wanted that, because I don't believe, David, that Texas and Ohio State and a lot of others want the NIL to go away.
Well, I think there's going to be a very gray area between pay for play and NIL. And somehow, some way, somebody's going to determine what deal is actually wink, wink, nod, nod, NIL, and what deal is wink, wink, nod, nod. Oh, no, that's over the line. That's pay for play.
And Johnny O trying to say that the executive order won't do anything. The Senate needs 60 votes. That's for the SCORE Act.
Right.
That has nothing to do with President Trump's executive order. When the president signs an executive order, it's done. He doesn't need any other approval. This bypasses Congress.
Right. The SCORE Act, it passed one House committee. It will go to a full House vote in September or October. Even if it passes along party lines, it needs 60 votes in the Senate. We'll never get it. There's only 53 Republicans, and there's no way 7 Democrats would vote for it. And I'm not so sure it's got all Republican support in the Senate either. So, that's just the first step. When it fails, then you know what the NCAA is going to officially ask of Congress? Antitrust status. That's why they're going forward with this. It will fail, but then the NCAA will formally say, okay, you tried it the one route, then you got to cover us with antitrust status.
So that is what's going on in Washington, and how it will affect college football. Well, we will wait and see. But the one thing we're sure of, more lawsuits. Miller and Moulton, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when what's on tap. That's next.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Ogden was the second largest man I ever saw go Raiders. I did go to wrestling when it was at now Hertz Arena, and the Big Show was performing. That's the biggest man I've ever seen.
Yeah, for me, it's Ogden. Oh, my God. I was gawking at Ogden. Mark almost like took his fingers and closed my mouth. I was just staring at him like, I have never seen anyone as big as you. And I had lunch with Corey Stringer, and I've never seen anyone as big as you.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour, until we're done with the show and our week. I hope you all have a great weekend. Thanks for being with us. Terrific week of shows, if we do say so. If you missed any part of any of them, go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you missed. And while you're there, sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit 2 weeks from Tuesday, August 12th. dinner, Dr. Roto, a whole lot of knowledge, and a fantasy football cheat sheet for you to use for your draft a few days afterwards, and then to keep with you and refer to during the season so you keep making the right roster choices so you can win. A lot of people say it has been very helpful over the years.
No doubt. I as someone who plays fantasy football, and I don't say I'm great at it, I'm average. I learn every time we have this summit with Dr. Roto. So sign up today, millerandmoulton.com. I've got it pinned to my profile on X if you want to look that way. It's on our Facebook page. If those don't work, text me, and I'll get you the information however we can at 21,000.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today Was the Day When is brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Call today at 239-427-3441. That's 427-3441 here in the 239. Locations in Bonita Springs and Naples. Visit online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off. Today in 1941, Lefty Grove, at the age of 41, wins his 300th and final career game as the Red Sox defeat the Cleveland Indians 10-6 at Fenway. Mussolini dismissed as Italian prime minister and arrested on the authority of King Victor Emmanuel III today in 1943. Today in 46, Martin and Lewis take the stage together as a comedy team for the first time at the 500 Club in Atlantic City. Today in 55, David, the New York subway fare jumps from 10 to 15 cents, and the City Transit Authority issues the first tokens to keep patrons from having to shell out 3 nickels. The tokens are used for 50 years, finally replaced by the MetroCard. Roberto Clemente hits Major League Baseball's first and only walk-off inside the park grand slam for a 9-8 win over the Cubs today in 1956. A Hard Day's Night, the album by the Beatles, goes to number 1 and would stay there for 14 weeks in 64. Dylan gets booed at the Newport Folk Festival today for beginning his set with an electric guitar. The Supremes released You Can't Hurry Love today in 66. The Carpenters song Close to You reaches number 1 today in 1970. I only brought it up because I didn't realize Burt Bacharach wrote it along with Hal David. Pete Rose set the NL record when he hit in his 38th consecutive game today in 1978. Back in Black, the 7th studio album by AC/DC, the first with Brian Johnson as its lead singer, was released today in 1980, selling over 50 million copies. Metallica's debut, Kill 'Em All, released today in 83. A spokeswoman for Rock Hudson confirmed that he had AIDS today in 1985. And I don't think people realize just how damn big that was, David. David, your mic's on mute. It helps if you... I thought it was me. He's talking. I'm looking at all my buttons. Go again. Try that over again.
Stopped traffic from coast to coast.
It really did.
This was a movie star who had AIDS. What? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That was, you could say probably, it was the young kid who got it first, Rock Hudson, magic. I mean,
Right.
People and milestones and the whole, ongoing, especially first 10 years of dealing with it.
Roseanne Barr sang her national anthem at the Padres-Reds game today in 1990. That went over well. Sleepless in Seattle premiered today in 93. Today in 1995, ESPN releases Jock Jams, Volume 1. Since I worked in minor pro hockey, this CD was a staple, and we played it at Everblades games. It began with Michael Buffer's Let's Get Ready to Rumble. Michael Buffer trademarked that, tried to sue me for playing it at games. I hung up on his brother. And today in 2024, Billy Joel performs the 150th and final show of his 10-year, once-a-month residency at Madison Square Garden. Coach John Robinson, basketball player Nate Thurmond, Walter Payton, and Biff Porcoba were all born today. I only brought Biff up, David, because I think I had more baseball cards of his than any other player. It seemed that one of his cards was in every pack.
Braves catcher Biff Pocoroba.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
And Brewers, right? He played for the Brewers too.
Did he too? Yeah, I'm totally with you. There were guys I could never. Larry Boa. I swear, I was a Larry Boa away from having the whole set one year, and there were certain guys in which when I opened up the pack, I always got them. I had 13 Wayne Garretts. I had 10 Biff Pocorobas. Couldn't get Boa.
Roland Office was another one I would get a lot.
Okay.
Doug Drabeck is 63 today. Tony Granato, 61. Actor Matt LeBlanc is 58. Billy Wagner, 54. Andre Vasilevsky is 31. Alvin Kamara is 30. And Bryce Young is 24 years old today. What did I miss, David?
First off, I do think it needs to be reiterated from time to time. Going through life, it's good if you have a Joe Burrow, and it's good if you have a Vasilevsky.
It really is.
Yep. Just certain things are helpful going through life. A Burrow and a Vasilevsky on this show, we have deemed helpful. I don't think you had this. I was kind of paying attention. World's first test tube baby born today in 78.
Lord, I did not have that.
Yeah, big one in London, I believe, or just outside London. And I mentioned this, the 92 Summer Olympics began today. It was noteworthy for a couple things. First off, the Soviet Union had just fallen apart. So, it was like the first time that, hey, we're having an Olympics and there's not really an iron curtain, with judging and what have you. And that was kind of a nice feeling. Also, it was the first Olympics since the tragic Munich Games, in which every single country in the world who could be in the Olympics was in the Olympics. So we didn't have any boycotts or bans or anything like that. And obviously, the 92 Summer Games, the Dream Team. If we thought that was a big deal then, it's gotten bigger over time.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Well, the good today is right in our backyard at the Corkscrew Regional Ecosystem Watershed. Their cameras was able to witness a female panther with 2 kittens. The panther, identified as FP266, was collared in 2024 by FWC. And while tracking the panther, they found that she's had a couple of kittens. That's a good thing. For the bad, we've got more cats, and we go to New Zealand, where a cat named Leo earned the nickname Leonardo da Vinci after he was showing to be a cat burglar that liked to steal underwear. The 14-month-old cat has brought home 150 items in the past months. According to his owner, he doesn't do much with them when they're inside. He just dumps them on the floor and goes about his business. But what he likes to steal more than anything are underwear. Apparently, Sundays are the big day. That's when the neighborhood's clotheslines are populated with easily reachable clothing items, and the cat seems to steal everything. Finally, the ugly, we go to Tallahassee, where Chuck E. Cheese got busted. Tallahassee Police Department officers arrested Chuck E. Cheese. Apparently, there was a credit card stolen and some fraudulent activity on the card. It was determined that it was done by an employee of Chuck E. Cheese. Police identified the suspect as an employee who was checking stamps at the front door, but when they returned to make an arrest, they were advised by another employee that the suspect was now dressed as Chuck E. Cheese. They walked over him and told him it was time to go. But Chuck E. Cheese didn't want to get arrested. He tensed up and resisted. So the mascot was put in handcuffs and taken out the door in plain view of all the customers inside. They then took the head off the mascot at the squad car, decapitating Chuck E. Cheese before taking him to jail.
Oh, my goodness.
And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Friday, July the 25th.
Damn.
Got that right.
Damn. There's some golf across the pond for those of you who today, tomorrow, Sunday want to, watch some live mid to late morning golf. LPGA, Women's Scottish Open, Golf Channel NBC action going on right now. Also, LIV across the pond. They are in the UK today through the weekend. PGA Tour outside of Minneapolis, the 3M Open. But a bunch of baseball series getting underway. Marlins are in Milwaukee for the weekend. Tampa Bay's in Cincinnati. The Jays and Tigers continue their series, as do the Padres and Cardinals. I mentioned that because that's two winning teams facing one another. Other baseball series of note, Mark: Mets at Giants, Phillies at Yankees, Dodgers at Red Sox. So a little AL East hosting NL teams. Also, it's the Battle of the North and the South Side. Cubs at White Sox. Weekend series. So at WNBA, but basically it's the last weekend without football. For a very
I watched some of the 3M yesterday. I'll probably watch a little bit this morning. Got her up on the course. He's even through 5. I'm most interested in him. There's some other stories. The guy who's leading, this would propel him into the playoff if he were to win. But, I know he shot 11 under yesterday. We'll see what happens there. Homa's got to have a good week to move, a really good week. And I don't think, a top 3 week to move himself up where he needs to be. So there are some storylines with the 3M. Much like we used to love the Disney at the end of the year, we're getting to that point now with those guys that are ranked over 100 to see how they're going to do in the Fed or getting to the FedEx Cup playoffs and trying to keep their card. So a lot on the line at the 3M this week for a lot of players.
There's a lot of noise in the system about college athletics, not just the president's executive order, but On3 reporting about North Carolina's interest and its mutual in going to the SEC sooner than later and what that could trigger. On3 is also reporting this morning, Mark, that the Big Ten, unlike the Big 12 and SEC, which dipped their toes in the private equity world and decided, no, Tony Petitti going, oh no, we're pursuing it.
The richest conference
right.
pursuing private equity. That's
right.
fascinating to me, David. I got it with the Big 12. I did. I got to read more into this. I don't necessarily understand what the Big 10 thinks they're going to achieve with this. Obviously, it's more money, but how is the question? And how does private equity get paid back? We've wondered that from day one with this.
Front Office Sports, by the way, with the Big Ten story. On3 reporting, Brett McMurphy, Mark, that Michigan will open next college football season in Germany against Western Michigan. And this is a Wolverine home game that's getting moved to Frankfurt, Germany.
That's 100,000 people in Ann Arbor. That's a strange one. What if they must be getting paid to go over there for this game?
Exactly. There's one other Ireland game next year, which is, I think, TCU and Belichick in North Carolina, which is actually week 0. This is week 1, which I guess next year will be in September. So
there you have it. Been a pretty fun week. If you've missed any of the shows, any of the interviews, go to millerandmoulton.com or anywhere that you download your podcasts to get them. Fantasy Football Summit, August 12th. Also, go to millerandmoulton.com to sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit. We thank you so much for joining us, and we'll do it all over again Monday morning. Hope you enjoyed a Football Friday and have a terrific weekend here with Miller and Moulton.
It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th, is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
This is Miller and Moulton.